I was scared there for a sec. Alright. Happy Friday. Hope everyone's doing alright. As predicted, last night, I spent a good portion of today being like, fuck, I need to see what's happening in this game. One could argue 5+ hours of Shibuya Scramble is just too much for one night. Could drive you to the brink of madness, potentially. So we're gonna do kind of what we did a bit, only it's not gonna have to be as severe as we did last night. We're gonna start with several bad endings, but my calculations, it won't have to be that many. And we'll do quite a bit, but not all of them that are left. But we don't need to do all of them initially. Very complicated. It's like fucking... what's the math term I'm looking for? I was gonna say quadratic equation, but that's not very difficult. That's the only thing my mind can think of right now. So it'll have to do. And then we'll see the ending, apparently, of the game, and then we'll clean up the last of the bad endings, and then apparently there's like some other side things that pop up and are apparently bizarre that I don't want it to go too into about what I've just barely seen, but should be interesting. Got the videos pulled up for these bad ending little guides. Shout out to what's the name of this? Wei321, WEI321 on YouTube for the very easy video things where the written guides were failing me. The video guides have picked up the slack. 3 endings, 71 bad endings. Ooh. Dry ice bomb thumbnail picture there. Today was the first day fully working from home from the new job. It was alright. I think it's something I have to give myself a couple weeks to really get into the swing of it, because it did just kind of feel weird. For sure. And I definitely need to change around my setup. I had a very hackneyed setup going on today, and I think in a weird way impacted my ability to work. Felt like. So I'm gonna brave the outside, I think, on Sunday. Invest in an IKEA desk. I'm gonna go buy a new desk, assemble, set it up, clean up my apartment a bit, set it up, and then sometime next week I'm gonna go to, I think I'm just going to go to work and steal the chair that I was using there. And I got the okay to do that, so I'm going to go steal a chair from main campus at work, stuff it into my car, also take probably a second monitor, because I only have one right now. Steal those, bring them back here, and I should, hopefully, by the end of next week, have a much better setup. It's really hard to be going from 2 or 3 monitors working at work to then going to a single monitor. Just feel so handicapped at that point. So we'll do all this with 428 Shibuya Scramble. I won't delay too much longer here. And then we'll play The Last of Us Part 2 and start that, which I keep mentioning. This past week, I've had to now, like, usually I scroll through Twitter and I keep up with things. Every time now I see some kind of discourse, whether it's positive or negative, about The Last of Us 2, I just gotta scroll, because people, now that it's in the hands of the people are just everywhere with that game, just saying things. Just open and about saying things, so I just have to like scroll fast and just be like, fuck it. People. So yeah, this past week has been plenty of discourse on that game, both positive and negative, and it's crazy. I like his turn. Okay. Just mucking about. So bad endings first. Bad endings first. Not too far back in the timeline here. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, so we got an A choice. A choice. Backs out. Scrolls around. Apparently I gotta read here. Let's read. Whew. Suddenly I feel totally exhausted. I let out a sigh and drop my eyes, and that's when I notice a notebook on the ground at my feet. Did the assassin drop this? I'm adjusting how I'm sitting here. Oh, I'm doing some stretches. Oh, shit. Okay. Sorry. Wait, what the hell happened? Is everything alright? Am I okay? Is everything good? Oh, God. Okay. Everything was breaking there for a second, it felt like. Okay. Been a weird first, like, 10 minutes here. Did the assassin drop this? I pick it up and look inside. There's a photograph tucked inside the back cover. It shows 3 young people, 2 boys and a girl. We know who they are now. Well, what do I do now? Do I go to the police? How would I even explain the situation? I can see it now. There's this killer out there, and he's after this person named Hitomi Asawa. And then the police would be like, who is that? Who exactly is after her? And then what would I say? Heck, they might not even give me the time of day in the first place. Not only do I not have any idea who Hitomi Asawa is, I know nothing about the guy who's after her except that he walks with a cane. I mean, I can't even tell them who I am. They'd probably shoo me away without a second thought. What am I supposed to do? I hang my head at a total loss. The necklace around my neck sways idly to and fro. The pause of how I was reading. I have a feeling... Wait. No. Did I pick the wrong thing? Why is it saying keep out? I think the guide is leading me astray. Already off to a disaster of a start. I think I'll go mess with some of these choices and see if this... No, fuck. I'm already pressing wrong buttons as well. Okay, I guess I'll just Yeah, a hint. Want to hear it? No, not particularly. Okay, well, anyway, thanks for helping me out with the cheer thing. Adios. And then, like a whirlwind, Mr. Yanagashira zooms away, leaving me alone in the alley. Okay, did that change this? No. Okay, I'll go back a bit. Why has this always got to happen? Why must I be... Tama Hitomi? Tama? Tama? Fucking Mr. Yanagashira, man. Okay, so this game... Did I just click the wrong thing? Maybe I'm the fool. That's always a possibility. I think I did pick the wrong one. Did I pick B? Did I pick B here? No, I picked A. Something I'm curious about. Did I have to pop the... Must I just find to keep out here? Is that what it's... This might be it. This might actually be it, because the guide that they show how it's working already has technically the bad ending popped, so then they're not having to do this whole keep out thing. I think is the whole deal. Suddenly I hear someone call out, "Maria!" Oh, huh? I spin around to see a young girl running toward me. She kind of looks like me. Behind her are two men. One of them is the man with the cane. He raises his gun and aims it at her. Oh no, he's going to shoot her. The instant I realize what he's doing, I'm lunging toward him. He shifts his grip on the gun and clubs me in the head. I stagger against the wall, trying to keep my feet, but my legs buckle under me, and I crumple on the spot. Sorry, I was getting a notification there. Okay, I don't even know why I tried to protect this girl. My body just moved on its own. Maybe it was just a reflexive impulse to help someone in danger. But, am I the sort of person who'd risk her life to protect some complete stranger? Okay, there we go. Yeah, I had to do the jump. That was my bad. I was getting all defensive about this guide. Maria's impulse to protect a stranger is selfless, but ill-fated. Of course, the stranger girl is actually her sister, Hitomi. If you know what causes Hitomi to show up here, you can probably avoid this untimely end. See. I know how to prevent that from happening. I have to stay subdued as we do this 428 thing, since I know the Last of Us stream is going to be probably crazy. I hear it's very grisly. Very grisly. No, go back, video. Okay. Here we go. Into here we go. Okay, we choose A. I was about to just let him go. And then he backs out. To here for some reason. Arriving back at the Shibuya precinct, Kano hurried to the interrogation room. With the investigation currently on hold, he knew that taking any official action would be tricky. If he was going to break through the stalemate, he was going to need Tatsuno's help. The abduction, the ransom, the Itachi case relay, Maria's release, and then Tanaka's death. Maybe Tatsuno would be able to figure out how all these elements were related. But first, Kano needed to check something for himself. Tatsuno would never have let Al Carowin go free. Kano needed the prisoner to set the record straight. Al Carowin sat in the precinct interrogation room, looking brazen and cocksure. We can't start this early mispronouncing words. One glance at his face. Man, I can't wait for The Last of Us Part 2, where I will not have to just constantly read for hours and hours. One glance at his face, and Kano was reminded of what had happened to Sasayama. Fresh anger smoldered at the edges of his mind. There were two detective already in the room. It seems he wasn't made privy to the details, one of them told Kano. Sounds like they were following orders, carrying the Itachi case around, the other added. Kano sat down across from Al Carowin. There's something I'd like to ask you, he said. We were just paid to do a job. I don't know anything more than that. His Japanese was imperfect, but he understood the language well enough. Tell me, how did you manage to escape from Detective Tatsuno? Escape? I didn't. A faint smile came to Al Carowin's lips. He let me go for free. Liar! Detective Tatsuno would never do that. Kano slammed the desk with his fist. I didn't have handcuffs on, did I? He took them off for me. This had to be a lie. It's not like there weren't any other ways to remove a pair of handcuffs. After he took off the handcuffs, Al Carowin continued. He pointed his gun at me and... Cut the crap. Kano grabbed the prisoner by the collar. But Al Carowin went on, unperturbed. He kept the gun pointed at me, but he didn't pull the trigger. So that's when I ran. Why would Detective Tatsuno want to shoot you? Because I saw him. Saw him? Saw him do what? Let me tell you something interesting, Al Carowin said sardonically. There was that girl who was carrying the ransom, right? Kano pictured Hitomi standing anxiously beside the statue of Hachiko. That guy Tatsuno was trying to kill her. In a fit of rage, Kano drove his fist into Al Carowin's face. His colleagues rushed to interpose themselves. Kano, calm down. Knocked to the floor, Al Carowin gingerly fingered his split lip. And after I gave you such good info too, he grumbled. Detective Tatsuno was assigned to protect Hitomi Asala, Kano shouted. You can't expect me to believe you're rubbish. He lunged forward around the table, ready to throw another punch, but his fellow detectives held him back. Al Carowin looked away indifferently. It's your Detective Tatsuno you should be arresting, not me. That girl's going to get killed. You need to step in line, pal, Kano bellowed. Kano, his leagues, shouted. You're the one who needs to step in line. Go and cool off for a bit. Lots of shouting. Expelled from the interrogation room, Kano immediately pulled out his cell phone and called Tatsuno's number. Please pick up. He clutched his phone tight, pleading under his breath, but Tatsuno didn't answer. Kano sat down in a chair in the hallway. In a bit of a daze. He found himself holding the presents Asayama had gotten for his wife. I have to do something. I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. His restlessness gnawed at him like a rabid animal. Hey, Kano! He looked up to see Kusei standing beside him, his expression grave. I have an update on Sasayama, the director began. Kano swallowed the lump in his throat. It seemed the knife went in deep enough to do some organ damage. He's in critical condition. I see. Kano bit his lip hard. His handkerchief, red with Sasayama's blood, clung to the wrapping paper Sasayama's present. Kano peeled it away carefully so as to not tear the paper beneath. Oh, just before I forget, this is how I do this, right? I forget if it's... Fuck! I did that wrong. Is it just follow? Fuck! Is it... Do I type it out? I don't know how to... I don't know commands! Ah, fuck! I give up. What's that? Asked Kuze. Sasayama had me hold on to this for him. Oh my god. What a disaster. It's a present for his wife. I don't know how to twitch. Ah, I see. I'm sorry, Director Kuze. What's the command for follower only mode? I thought it was... I was trying to just turn this follower only mode for when I go to Last of Us, because I just don't want... Is follower only even a thing? Am I just making shit up? No, it's a thing. Like follower only chat. I just like... Oh, it's definitely an end of week stream for sure. Definitely an end of week stream. When I'm typing unrecognized commands into chat, trying to just protect whatever. I'm sorry, Director Kuze, for ignoring your orders. Kano's eyes remained fixed on the gift as he spoke. When you get down to it, none of this would have happened if it weren't for me. Is it followers? Wow, it's like the one thing that I didn't. I typed, let's see, I did follower only. I knew it was something, and I was just like, thanks for the, thanks for the, clarification on that. That was a rough one. Some kind of punishment was surely headed his way for acting alone as he had. I just feel like that would be possibly the smart thing to do, just in case. A little protection. In case someone drive by tries to... I mean, it could do the follow timer thing, so that then they'd have to be follower for a certain amount of time, and then they could comment. So I guess I could do that too. Kuze calmly shook his head. What happened to Sasayama isn't your fault. Don't blame yourself, he said. The Sawa case is over now. Put it out of your mind. I'm assigning you to a new investigation. Kano heard no blame in Kuze's voice. There was a fatal car accident over in Nanpai Dai. The culprits have turned themselves in, I hear. I'd like you to go take their testimony. To ask about the circumstances and details of a given event or situation. Standard police procedure when dealing with individuals involved in a criminal investigation sometimes includes taking written statements to present to the court. Ordinarily, Kano would have objected to such an arbitrary change in assignment. Punishment or no, he would have begged to stay on the Assault investigation even if it was officially on hold. But now his heart just wasn't in it. Understood, sir, he said with a nod. Kuze handed him a briefing on the accident. It was a taxi driver and his passenger who'd surrendered. I can't recover from the missed commands. Surrendered themselves to the police. Kano leafed through the paperwork as he headed for the interrogation room. Being immersed in the hustle and bustle of the Criminal Affairs Division felt like a return to normalcy. The events earlier in the day gradually faded from his mind, and while part of him wanted to hold on to the sense that he'd been in the midst of something unusual, something important, his lingering regrets were soon buried under the clutter of the day-to-day. Yeah. Accent questioning. Calling an end to the kidnapping investigation, Kuze reassigned Kano to look into a fatal car accident. But you can't give up here. The Asawa case hasn't been resolved at all. The taxi driver and passenger who turned themselves in are none other than Kimizuka and Minorikawa. If the two of them can avoid causing an accident, Kuze will have a different story to tell. Next one. This one's apparently quick. Let me see. Go here. Reset. Kinda. So B. And then go head to the hospital. Achi, please go to the hospital. I'm asking you to. And then he ignores her. I'll remember it when it's all done. Achi, I'm sorry, I've made up my mind. I'm an asshole and I don't listen to you and I'm too stubborn-headed. I'm too stubborn. He was still staring at his phone when he got a call of his own. When he peered at the incoming call display, his heart nearly stopped. There was Tatsuno's name. Kano quickly pressed the button to accept the call. Detective Tatsuno. Detective Tatsuno, is that you? There's a whole mountain of things Kano wanted to ask. Just what had Tatsuno been doing this whole time? Why had he let Alcairwan go free? And what had happened to Hitomi? While he was trying to decide what question to pose first, Tatsuno spoke. I've secured Maria Asawa. What? The word came out as a startled gasp. Detective Tatsuno, you have to bring her here ASAP. Right now, she's... Tatsuno cut him off. You need to bring Hitomi Asawa to my location at once. Hitomi Asawa? Yes. I heard over the wireless that the man from the U.S. Embassy had her in her custody. Kano hadn't been listening to the most recent wireless traffic. Apparently, Stanley had managed to find Hitomi. But what was Tatsuno getting at here? Wait, hold on, what for? I mean, why do you need me to bring Hitomi Asawa to you? There was no reply. Detective Tatsuno, answer me, please. Tatsuno replied as if he hadn't heard Kano's questions. There's an office building in Nanpai Dai called South Hill. One of those. I'll be waiting for you at the rooftop. If you don't bring her, I'll kill Maria. With that grisly warning, he hung up. Kano's hands went limp, his phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the floor. He needed to get to Tatsuno and find out what was going on. He started running alone toward Nanpai Dai, taking the quickest route through the back streets and alleys. Goons. He'd almost made it to South Hill when he spotted 3 foreigners in a narrow alley ahead. They were scanning the areas of searching for someone, and when they noticed Kano, they started running right for him. Uh-oh. They were all dressed in the same kind of black clothes Alcairwan wore. Kano recognized them at once, syndicate members who had taken part in the ransom relay. In a matter of moments, they had him cornered. Out of my way, he said, I'm in a hurry. But either they didn't understand him, or simply didn't care to respond. Instead, they moved in to attack, pummeling him with fists and kicks. Jeez. It was 3 against 1. Kano didn't stand a chance. Although he tried desperately to protect himself, soon he was sprawled out on the ground like a used and tattered rag. The men left him where he fell. As they jogged into the distance, he could see them searching again. The deserted alleyway grew quiet as the storm's aftermath. I needed to get to Tatsuno. He strained to reach out for his cell phone, but he couldn't move any of his fingers. That's a bad ending as well. En route to Nan, Kano crossed paths with Al Kerwin's cronies and got badly beaten. Ironically, these crooks hadn't been looking for him. Someone else had led them to Nan, and Kano wound up paying the price as a result. Man, I did a bad thing. I had spicy noodles, like 30 minutes before I went on stream. It's like giving me the burps a bit. Sounds disgusting, and I apologize. Are you talking about the fluent Japanese speaker? That's the only one I can think you're talking about. Don't pull that up. Don't do it. I can't let my credibility take a hit. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more. Ah, shit. Let me just make sure this is what you were talking about. Okay, let me boost up the on.
Desu. It's alright. I speak Japanese.
Oh, no. One more time?
Nihongo de dajubu desu. It's alright. I speak Japanese.
Man, sometimes I'm such an idiot. That was one of the times. Definitely one of the times. Okay, I gotta reset this. Yeah, pretty much. That's basically what had happened. Little did I know that the rest of the game would continue to test my almost 100% perfect fluent Japanese speaking skills. Like, I didn't know the game was going to come at me so hard with so many places and names, you know? Nearly perfect. Alright. You've forgotten your passion. Backs out. Then immediately goes right back into this. Picks B. Backs out again. And then goes to as far down to Maria that you can go. Detective Tatsuno, where are you? A man's voice suddenly snaps me back into the moment. It's Kano. I've come as you asked. The gunman grabs me by the arm and yanks me to my feet. Where's Tomi Asawa? He snarls. Why didn't you bring her? Detective Tatsuno? Why are you doing this? Is that really Maria? My captor removes my blindfold. First thing I see is the sky overhead. That's close up. It's so bright that I have to lower my eyes, and then I spot someone in the distance. It's a man. There's a man standing on the edge of the roof of the building across the way. Ah! Momentarily forgetting my own situation, I cry out, "Huh?" The young man in front of me turns in surprise to see where I'm pointing. Oh, it's the whole Minorikawa is gonna potentially jump off the building, only from Maria's point of view. The man across the way is staring at me, staring into the streets below, looking like he might jump at any moment. Detective Tatsuno, I'll be right back. We can finish this after. The young man takes off, disappearing down the stairwell. My heart pounds nervously in my chest as I gaze across at the other building. Then my captor, Tatsuno, as the other guy called him, grabs my arm. Let's go. Huh? Are we heading over there too? No, we're going somewhere else. I don't know where yet. Tatsuno's got, man, I can barely speak English. I'm over here trying to master Japanese. I can barely speak English most of the time. Tatsuno's got his gun trained on me again. Looks like I don't have any choice but to go with him. He nudges me on, and we head for the stairs. I take a quick look back at the sky above the city. This may be the last time I ever see the sky. For some reason, that thought resounds inside my head. Taken by the man with the cane. As soon as her blindfold was taken off, Maria spotted Minorikawa atop the building across the way, kind of rushed over there to stop what he thought was potential suicide. Tatsuno used the opportunity to abscond, what a word, with his captive. Definitely a case of Minorikawa being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Always blaming Minorikawa this game. Always. So what, I have to go here. And do... what's the option? I'd have to pick... I forget what I'm supposed to pick to reset the timeline. Should I maybe have gone... There, did that just fix it? No. That did not fix it. Just before we attack, here ran someone else, and that person said something that changed it. Oh. Okay. I was over here panicking like... afraid. That's the right thing, right? Yes. Okay, cool. Cool. Everyone's great. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4 more. And then we go to the finale here. Okay, not gonna lie, apparently this one is very complex. Great. Love it. Just based on video length. Okay, recalling the noodle house from the menu he'd seen earlier, he opted for that. I'm gonna see if they back out, or do they just read it? Is it just reading from this point on? It might be just reading. Alright. We'll read for a bit. And I won't stumble on one word. Dogen Hut, huh? Chama rumbled the words under his breath. What's the matter? Is there some problem with that? No. Alright, I'll meet you there. It's over in Dogenzaka. The address is on the menu. He hung up and Minorikawa quickly gathered his belongings. Chiaki, how's that copy coming along? Well, almost done? Just a little more, I think. Alright, bring your computer and come with me. I'll read over what you got so far. Minorikawa waited as Chiaki got ready to head to the cafe. As the two were heading out of the office, however, someone else opened the door. You've got 14 minutes and 57 seconds left to send to press. 56, 55. A slender man with a gaudy necktie entered the room and sat down on the nearest desk, staring fixedly at his pocket watch. Minorikawa narrowed his eyes dubiously. Who the hell are you? I always make sure to show up 15 minutes ahead of the appointed time. That's just common decency. The man gave no indication he'd even heard Minorikawa's question. Let me just make sure this is all doing the thing correctly. Okay, yeah. Suppose I can wait here, he continued, just for another 14 minutes and 20 seconds. Mr. Mino, is this guy talking about our submission? Chiaki stared doubtfully at the newcomer. Hey you, Minorikawa asked. Are you from the printer? But the man did not reply. Don't ignore me. Are you from the printer? Still the man remained silent. Minorikawa was furious. Look, cut the crap, he roared. In response, the man quietly reached into his suit pocket and pulled out his business card. Oh, we get to fucking go over the stuck-up printer man again. My name is not Hey You. He handed the card to Minorikawa. It read, Cho Nippon Printing Co., Ltd., Sales Department, Division Number 1, Koichiro Katsuyama. I'm Koichiro Katsuyama, newly assigned to Heaven Publishing. A pleasure to meet you. My predecessor is in the hospital due to a car accident. He should make a complete recovery in about 2 months. Well, what are you doing here, Katsuyama? Minorikawa asked. I thought we had until 8 o'clock to complete proofreading. 8 o'clock? Surely you must be joking. Our company's proofing deadline is 5:30. Katsuyama stared fixedly back at Minorikawa. Now that had to be a joke. I heard from the editor-in-chief that it was 8 o'clock. Take that to mean, then, that you don't have any copy for us. It's not that we don't have it, Minorikawa said. It's just not finished yet. Just hold on until 8. Katsuyama raised an eyebrow. No. Publisher and printer need to work in concert. Perhaps my predecessor was the sort to delay the proofing deadline, owing to your circumstances here. But now I'm in charge, and I do not make exceptions. Dude's like a weird anime side villain. Proofing deadline is 5:30 sharp, and I intend to keep it that way. And while we've been having this discussion, you're down to 12 minutes and 32 seconds. Katsuyama held out his pocket watch, as if to emphasize the point. It's ridiculous, Minorikawa exclaimed. Just who the hell do you think you are? You guys are going to be printing a paper that I wrote. Do you even know how lucky that makes you? So just wait, okay? Just give us... Oh, I gotta see what the... if this is a thing. Okay. I just fixed till they're done. Had to make sure. Okay, until you're done. And when might that be, I wonder? Katsuyama's tone was dubious. I said till we're done, Minorikawa snapped. And I mean till we're done. Katsuyama thought for a moment, and then nodded. Very well. Then I shall wait until you're done. Really? Katsuyama gave another slight nod. You've got 10 minutes and 46 seconds left. Hey! As soon as I leave here, that's when you'll be done, you see? Katsuyama's face was a mask of cool nonchalance. You son of a bitch. Don't get all high and mighty just because you work for a printer. High and mighty? I'd say it's the people on the publishing side of things that act high and mighty. Whatever high-minded claims you might make, without us, you'd have nothing to put on the store shelves. Forgetting that and blithely blithely ignoring your proofing deadline makes for more work on our end. Just what are you getting at, I wonder? Now it's 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Norikawa ground his teeth so hard he could hear it. His usual tactics were useless here. Katsuyama was simply too inflammable to be browbeaten. If he backed down now, though, it was game over. 10 minutes and 7 seconds remaining. I realize there's little point, but I'll wait until the designated time. That's just common decency. Katsuyama's eyes were once again locked on his pocket watch. It was no use. Norikawa couldn't find a way to talk this guy around. Chiaki held her hand up. May I say something? Isn't it also common decency not to break a promise once it's been made? If you're referring to the 8 o'clock deadline, I was not the one who promised that. Maybe not, but I believe your predecessor's responsibilities become your responsibilities. Katsuyama crossed his arms and gave her a bemused look. What's your name, miss? Chiaki, she said bashfully. Chiaki Iso. Printer's expression brightened visibly. Good. That timid hesitation of yours is just splendid. You have none of the arrogance so typical among publishers. Huh? Chiaki was taken rather aback. In deference to your, polite demeanor, I shall wait until 7 o'clock. That is the latest I can possibly allow. Alright, Minorikawa shouted practically in Katsuyama's face. We agree to those terms. No, I wasn't talking to you, but we've got terms of our own. Katsuyama reeled ever so slightly. I'm not certain you're in any position to set terms here. Just shut up and listen. From here on out, you're coming with us. What? Why? We're gonna finish up our copy on site, then burn the data onto CD and hand it over to you there. That's why. Katsuyama let out a sigh of resignation. Oh, very well. I suppose I'd simply be waiting here anyway. Norikawa pumped his fists in victory. Alright, Chiaki, go and copy the DTP data we've got so far onto your computer. Sure thing, Mr. Mino. Chiaki quickly set about copying the data from the editing department's desktop. Okay, done. Then let's go. With the others in tow, Norikawa headed for the noodle house where Toyama would be waiting. Noodle house. The soba restaurant Dogen Hut was roughly halfway up Dogenzaka. It's a long-standing noodle shop on Dogenzaka. 2 years ago, the owner passed away from illness. Now the restaurant is run by his widow, Maki Yonida, and her 2 part-timers, Masa from Midoriyama High. I just read Midoriyama High from Midoriyama Academy. And Mohinder, an Indian exchange student. Despite the sign billing the establishment as a soba restaurant, duck meat soba and chilled curry soba are the only 2 actual soba offerings. The rest of the menu, for some reason, is all udon dishes. And in fact, both kinds of soba are terrible. Though maybe the chilled curry soba would be okay if someone else were making it. Harsh. Inside, they encountered the proprietress near the door. She held a massive cleaver for cutting soba noodles clutched in one hand. Toyama wasn't there. Excuse me, Norikawa said. Has a middle-aged man come by your shop? Name's Toyama. The proprietress let out a weary sigh. That guy, huh? You folks know him? Yes, that's right. Then I'm sorry. I didn't want to have to do this. It was all his fault, though. You reap what you sow. What the fuck is going on here? Norikawa didn't know what she was going on about, but suddenly he had a very bad feeling. So then, Toyama was here? He asked cautiously. Yes, he came by. Well, where is he now? Please tell me. No. I have no obligation to tell anything to friends of Toyama's. Evidently, there was some bad blood between Toyama and this woman. The real victim here is me. Her voice rose abruptly to a roar. Now listen up good to this old woman's story. I don't have time for this, Norikawa thought. He needed to find Toyama as soon as possible, but instead, it looked like he'd be stuck hearing out this angry woman first. Okay. Alright, we're listening. Tell us your story. It's a long one. The woman's mouth twisted up, and she licked her lips. What? Leaning in to tell her tale. Oh, that's a cool shot. Long, long ago, when I was still in my 20s, I would often make deliveries to Heaven Publishing. They were some of my best customers. Back then, we were so busy my employees practically worked themselves to death. You see, Dogen Hut had the finest soba in Japan, and our spokesmodel was considered one of the most beautiful girls in the world. Back when this woman was in her 20s, Heaven Publishing hadn't even existed yet, but Minorikawa figured he'd better not correct her. Oh, yeah, that would probably just piss her off and make her stop entirely. He kept his mouth shut and listened to her silly tale. But anyway, that's all in the past now. As time went on, we had a lot of delivery customers asking us to put their bills on their tab. So much so that it became a problem, and we changed our policy to disallow that sort of thing. But the fine folks of Heaven Publishing considered themselves an exception to that rule, and that put my part-timer Masa, who does the deliveries, in a bit of a bind. Okay. Oh, Masa's a student at Midoriyama Academy. A first-year student at Midoriyama Academy, after getting indigestion from eating too much parfait at a fast food restaurant in Center-gai, he was there with his girlfriend to do a dry run for a competitive eating contest. He wound up going to the restroom 14 times in 1 hour. Unable to stand idly by, his girlfriend called an acquaintance of hers, the gluttonous Chiriko Osugi, for advice on improving Masa's intestinal fortitude. It turned out, however, that Chiriko was planning to compete in the same contest. Knowing that they were up against some monumental competition, the two continued their training, wary of the battle to come. He took the day off to go on a date with his girlfriend. I hear they're planning to compete as a couple in some ice cream eating contest that's going to air on TV. So they were going to a practice run together today. Honestly, how ridiculous is that? Honestly, I couldn't care less about Masa one way or the other, Minorikawa thought. This whole experience is turning into a real ordeal. So yes, we were in a real bind. I run a restaurant here, not a charity operation. I'd call and ask them to settle up, but they'd always insist, oh, we don't have any money. And that's a lie. It's gotta be a lie. What else could it be? Otherwise, how could they keep making that magazine of theirs? That Celebrity Confidential, or whatever the hell it is. Celebrity Confidential was a weekly tabloid put out by one of Heaven Publishing's competitors. Minorikawa was just going to have to let that egregious mix-up slide. And that's not all, the proprietress spat. Oh no, on top of that, their magazine's little gourmet gabs corner, or whatever they call it, ran a scathing review of us. After that, customers started keeping their distance, and I aged 20 years practically overnight. Gourmet Gabs was a column that ran in Celebrity Confidential. There's nothing of the sort in 4 Star's General Gossip. This woman had clearly gotten the two magazines mixed up somehow. Awful. Just awful, isn't it? All I wanted to do was make soba for people to enjoy. And so to be treated like this, to be treated like this, the woman had started to sob. The cleaver began to waver in her trembling hand. But then, earlier today, these two Yakuza-looking fellows came by. Said they were looking for Tiyama from Heaven Publishing. Guess they saw one of our menus at his office and figured he might have come by. She had to be talking about Ozu and Sagawa. They'd both been nearly nearby when Minorikawa was rooting through the desk drawers. They must have spotted the menu then. I told them he wasn't here and hadn't ordered delivery in some time, so they said that if I happened to see him, to give them a call. Now, I was going to just turn them away. They looked like a pair of nasty loan sharks. Tiyama would never be able to pay off his tab if they caught him, and so I told them as much. The proprietress lowered her voice before continuing. But they said they'd be most appreciative if I could let them know. Even offered to pay his tab for me if I did. And well, that pretty much settled it. So I let them give me their phone number. Minorikawa's face went pale. This lady had been bribed by these two thugs. And so I guess you figured it out. A little earlier, Toyama dropped by, looking like he was trying to lie low. So it all came together. I snuck out back and gave those two a call. And so here we were. And so here were... See, and then sometimes I think I can't read, but no, it's just a bad translation or something. And so here are. You guys were just a hair too late. Oh crap. Toyama had been carted off by the moneylenders. Minorikawa had to find him right away. Mr. Mino, Chiaki squeaked nervously. We have to hurry and go look for him. Yeah. Minorikawa and the others headed for the door. Wait. The voice sounded as if it had echoed up from the very depths of hell. Minorikawa and company stopped in their tracks. Huh? Yeah? You think I can just let you go? The old woman began to stalk towards them. Those guys, they left without showing their appreciation or paying off that tab. They lied to me. And so just who's going to show me their appreciation on my own? Who's going to pay the tab? You're all in this together, trying to play me for a fool. But hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. The proprietress lifted her cleaver high. Her eyes smoldered with inhuman rage. A murderous aura surrounded her like a bonfire wind. Wait, Minorukawa cried. We're Toyama's... his friends? Then prepare yourselves. You'll repay his debt to me with your lives. 3 companions stood paralyzed with horror, watching their bloody doom approach. The blade glimmered in the dimness as she swung it towards Minorukawa. Time for some fresh meat! Gross. Minorukawa, Chiaki, and Katsuyama screamed, their cries echoing clear across Dogenzaka. All because we decided to go to a noodle place. There's no ordinary grudge that the proprietress of Dogen Hut held toward Toyama, so Minorukawa and the others found out firsthand, falling victim to her mighty cleaver. Yeah, this isn't the right place to have the meetup with Toyama. Seriously, who the heck decided this was a good idea? Yeah, whose fault is that? So I just gotta reset this. Don't pick noodle place. Don't pick noodle place. Don't pick noodle place. And that leaves 3 more bad endings for us to get to. And we're fast forwarding quickly to like the more present time in the game. Nope, wrong node. Yeah. I believe I just have to pick the other option here. And he needed to make it. He had to protect the lives of the people nearby. As much as he wanted to apprehend this criminal, he couldn't sacrifice innocent people to do it. Is this when he tosses it up and he tries catching? Kano caught one of the vials deftly in both hands. Carefully examined it for damage. Seeing that the vial didn't appear broken, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked around for Palmer, but there were no sign of him. Damn it! The mastermind had gotten away. Vanished without a trace. Amidst the frenetic crowd of the scramble, a lone criminal could blend in an instant, becoming just another pedestrian. Trying to find him now would probably be a hopeless endeavor. Easy, easy bad ending. Failed capture. Two more. Like that running sound. Big fan. Okay, what is this one? What is going on here? What the fuck? Okay, so it starts at Tatsuno here. I think I just pick... Okay. I guess I'll just pick this. What was the right call? Should he still pretend to be in the dark and let Kanan try to hack the password? Yeah, it's just picking, letting her go. When you know that Kanan's apparently duping us He was going to have to let her into the lab. Tatsuno had made up his mind. Is something the matter? Asawa asked wearily. No, it's nothing. Then if you'd be so kind, Asawa led the way. Kanan and Tatsuno followed him toward the storage facility. Kanan, or fake Kanan, still to this day, like, fucking, the way she, like, just stares is nightmare person. Took about 20 seconds for the elevator to reach. I said elevator weird there. Elevator to reach the first basement level. The biohazard storage area was evidently fairly deep underground. The doors opened to reveal a long, straight corridor. There was a door at the far end with a device at one side for checking IDs. Kanan approached the device, setting the laptop she'd borrowed from the security room on the floor in front of it. Oh, you get to see your favorite hacking scene in all of media. She affixed a scrap of paper with Kenji Asawa's password written on it to one side of the monitor. Then she connected a series of cables to both the laptop and the device. Tatsuno kept his hand on the holster as he watched her work. Kanan began to slowly tap away at the keyboard. Tap, tap, tap. This is how you hack. Her screen displayed a series of numeric values that changed with each keystroke. She checked the changes carefully, timing the movements of her fingers according to some formula. It's like, it sounds as if they're, like, making it sound like you're old school trying to, like, break into a safe. And it's like she's, like, just tapping keys. Like, this is how you hack, man. The device let out a warning sound and the display lit up. Incorrect password. The input had been rejected. Was this really going to work? Tatsuno felt his impatience growing. I like the lights, though, in this hallway room thing. Sawa's face showed a similar unease. Kanan turned to look at them. How many failed attempts are we allowed? 2, I believe, Sawa answered. After a third failed attempt, the storage area is locked down and can't be reopened without input from the full board of directors. Kanan had already resumed typing before he finished speaking. There's a very slight difference in power consumption from the device. Oh, this is this fucking line. Okay, here we go. There's a slight difference in power consumption from the device when it processes a correct password compared to an incorrect one. Some fucking wrinkly brain shit here. There's a minuscule difference in the time it takes to run the process as well. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. It's bonkers. This is... If I can analyze those and compare them... Kane's voice trailed off. She continued working. She's the best hacker the world's ever known. There was another warning sound. A second failed attempt. A single bead of sweat ran down Tatsuno's forehead, but Kanan didn't so much as bat an eyelash. Ah, I see. Her face remained full of confidence. It won't be a problem, she assured them. This isn't my first time with this type of mechanism. Slowly, one at a time, Kanan pressed key after key while keeping her eyes on the laptop screen. With each keystroke, a waveform at the top of the screen, looking almost like an echocardiogram readout, wobbled slightly. What kind of fucking world is this? The laptop let out a tiny sound. It let her know she successfully hacked. A sequence of 10 characters appeared on the screen. Kanan read them off. Tatsuno jotted them down in his notebook, then headed over to the scanner to enter the twin passwords for Asawa and Tanaka. The door opened. Kanan let out a sigh of relief. Asawa gathered up Maria and headed into the storage area. Get out. As soon as Asawa and his daughter were out of view, Tatsuno drew his pistol. Kanan arched an eyebrow. What do you think you're doing? Just get out of here, Tatsuno pointed the barrel of his gun at Kanan's face. Damn, she just listened. Silently, she did as she was told, turning and walking toward the elevator. He followed a few paces behind. She gave no hint of resistance. Now Tatsuno needed to let Stanley know that they'd successfully opened the laboratory door. He pulled out his cell phone as he followed her into the elevator. As soon as he did, Kanan pressed herself flush against the wall. Jesus. A sudden explosion from within the corridor sent Tatsuno careening off balance. He slammed into the elevator wall. Then, as he lay in a daze, the elevator doors drew slowly closed, and the cab began to rise upward. Tatsuno could tell that the impact had broken several of his ribs. Blood rose up from his throat and filled the inside of his mouth. He felt his grip on consciousness fading, but he managed to flip open his cell phone. Stanley, please, pick up. He jabbed his thumb hard on the call button. Stanley here. What's going on? Hey, has something happened? Hey, answer me. But it was too late for Tosno even to hear Stanley's voice. One more till we go to the ending. Oh, no, I hit the wrong number. I can't read numbers, apparently. I gotta reset first. So we'll see the bad ending. I'll go get a drink of water, and then we're in for the ends. And apparently not just one end, but multiple weird ends. I'm excited. It's like we're building anticipation. Okay. What time is this? This is 1910. Where to handle the bomb. 1910. Go. Which one does he pick? He picks on Hitomi here. Then backs out. Then just goes to Achi. So it's basically just seeing the this ending from Achi's eyes. Then Achi turned in Kano's direction. Detective, he shouted. Kano was looking toward him, seemingly already aware that something was amiss. It's also very weird because we did so much last night, and especially this scene, like this type of scene, we replayed so many times for different reasons. And it's like it's like as if I'm I don't watch any MCU movies, but what's that one hero, Doctor Strange or something, and he sees all these different timelines? That's what I basically feel like playing this game. I see all these timelines, and I'm just like changing little things here and there. Driving myself mad. I'm Doctor Strange. I'm Benedict Cumberbatch, or I think that's his name. Kano's looking toward him, seemingly already aware that something was amiss. Detective, that's not the real Alfred. He's a fake. A fake? Kano looked understandably shocked. Yeah, I just got a call from Stanley. He said the real Alfred is planning to get rid of both Hitomi and the fake with some kind of bomb. Kano hurriedly turned back to the fake Alfred and began a fresh barrage of questions. Meanwhile, Achi's mind was racing again. If the bomb was meant to wipe out both Hitomi and the imposter, it would have to be pretty powerful. So it couldn't be anything particularly small. Is it going to do that one bomb explosion screen again? For old time's sake, before we see the ending of this game, is that what's going to show me? Where could the bomb be hidden then? Achi scanned the area, but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Kano made his way over to Hitomi. Pardon me, miss. I just need to search you real quick. Wait, had Hitomi been planted with a bomb? Achi, keep an eye on this guy, Kano said. If he tries anything funny, feel free to punch his lights out. Okay, sure thing. Stares at him awkwardly, Achi took up watch over the decoy Alfred. The guy was handcuffed, but he was still a diabolical terrorist. Achi knew he couldn't let his guard down for a moment. He kept a close eye on the fake, ready to knock him cold the first sight of mischief. Meanwhile, Kano continued to search Hitomi. Did you buy all the jewelry and accessories you're wearing yourself? Yes, most of them. The ring I got from my sister. What about your clothes? Oh, I bought them just this afternoon. The top I was wearing before got torn. I see. Then, as Kano continued to search, he cried out suddenly in realization. Hitomi, you have to give me your cell phone. It's a bomb. Hitomi hurriedly pulled out her cell phone and handed it to Kano. It's a nice little cell phone. Archie looked on it, on in alarm as he realized the detective was going to turn the phone on. Stop! Don't turn that thing on! Connor froze at Archie's sudden shout. Yeah, it's a nice, cute little phone. Why not? The detective quirked a quizzical eyebrow. I don't know, it's just what Stanley said. He told me to make sure her phone stayed off. The blood drained visibly from Connor's face. Yeah, I mean, well, I know this probably differs depending on what phones you go for, but I guess it's the same. I can't speak authoritatively on, like, Android phone selections, but I assume it's the same kind of thing, where phones have definitely taken a more, like, sleek, for lack of a better term, sleek design, where it's, you know, a one-look kind of thing with less options, basically. Yeah. Different colors and stuff, but, like, that's it. And it's just, like, usually, like I said, like I have an iPhone, and it's just, like, I just change up the color every time I get a new phone. They all relatively look the same. Back in the good old days, quickly pulling out his own cell phone, Kano dialed up the police. He launched into a discussion involving a lot of cop jargon that made no sense to Archie. But one thing seemed clear. Tommy's phone itself might be the bomb. But wait, Archie found himself doubting the phone bomb idea. If Tommy hadn't brought her cell phone with her, what would have happened then? Would that just mean there would be no explosion here? He didn't buy it. Surely Alfred would have thought of a way to eliminate Hitomi and the decoy crook, whether she had her phone on her or not. Jesus, it was too worrying a prospect to ignore. More Andrew choices, but none of them are unique. Yeah, that's what I figured. Archie waited impatiently for Khan to hang up and asked, well, what do we do? For now, just let me handle this. We don't know when or how this thing might explode. You guys get out of here. Puts on ground. Kano set the cell phone down on the ground for some reason. Oh, it didn't make much sense the first time I saw this. And started to put some distance between himself and it. Archie followed after him, dragging the fake Alfred along. Yay! Suddenly there's a tremendous boom, and a furious impact ripped through Archie's body. I knew it, Archie thought as he lay crumpled on the pavement. Hitomi's cell phone was powered off, so it couldn't have been the bomb. Something else must have exploded instead. It was the last thought Archie ever had. That was good. Number 76. If I had much more time in life and a much more better like editing setup, I would just splice together all the scenes where we get like either back several, like a week ago or whatever, the minivan blowing up, all those scenes and my reactions to it, and then all of the scenes where that one screen happens. I'll just splice them all together. Because like to get everything out of this game, it only like asks itself to become a meme by just constantly showing you the same explosion over and over. Oh, I've got to go here, right? Yeah. Maybe someday. Maybe in like a year-long minivan. Or a year-long... I read minivan and then said minivan. A year-long, like an anniversary. What was the correct choice here? Is it the minivan? No. Don't pick minivan. On the fake, correct? Yes, okay. So now, I assume the timeline is correct, all corrected, not out of place. I mean, I know it's showing bad ending here. But that's not the point. Everything is set for the finale here. The finale, open parentheses, S, close parentheses, finales. Multiple endings. I'm gonna get a drink of water, soothe the throat as best I can. And, I've said it maybe now for 4 different days out of this whole week, but finally we will see the ending of this game. Famous last words. You know it's serious business because I changed into, changed from jeans into some sweats. Oh my god. Real serious business time now. Now, I don't necessarily have a guide for this ending thing. So it's like I'm back actually just playing this game. Is this the jump into Stanley we need? Where's this jump? This is a Kano jump. I'm scared. This is not the right thing. Who has a jump into Stanley here? That's a jump into Achi. Is this the jump we need? Well, we're just around here, just... I don't think this is the right one either. Alright, we did all the bad endings. Now watch as I stumble around for 30 minutes trying to locate. 1825, that's not right. If these are at to be continued, this is just that bad ending. Try seeing what the other option thing here is. Tasano said, but we did read this. I mean, I remember kept his gun trained on the center of her chest. It's still in... Huh. Huh. What it probably is that there's probably somewhere in this path there's probably a Stanley jump somewhere. There's gotta be like some hidden Stanley Jack Stanley jump. But where? Where? This is where the game's like the puzzle that it is. Oh, she doesn't come back. Fuck it. Oh, did I not? Oh, I didn't even... Wow, I didn't even... I just held on. I didn't even do the thing. I'm not making a lot of sense. But it's okay. It's been a long week. There we go. Okay. I could just look this up. That's what I'm trying to say. Jack, keep out 1905. Huh? Oh no, I'm back to like some written ass guide. Okay, keep out for Jack. Jump to Achi. That's a Kano. Is it this? Or did I already just look at this? Unexpectedly, a cell phone rang. Oh, I found it. Weak move on my part. All right, now we're here. We're in it. We're in it now. All right. Focus on reading. Here we go. Please, don't let me be too late. He muttered to himself as he waited for the call to connect. Achi was quick to pick up. Mr. Stanley? What's going on? How did the negotiations go? The detective caught Alfred, Achi replied. Alfred, Achi, Alfred. Achi replied happily. I'm just gonna stop reading. I'm just gonna let the text hit the screen, and then I will just click through and I'll read to my own head. He got him to give up the password, and I think he's called the folks at the lab. Does that mean the case is closed then? No, not yet. Right now, I need you to do exactly as I tell you. There was a pause before Achi responded. Why? What's going on? If you want to save Atomi, then shut up and listen, Stanley snapped. Alright, tell me what to do. Yeah, no worries. First, you need to power down Atomi's cell phone. Turn off her phone? What for? Pretty sure that there's a bomb somewhere near your location. There's a bomb. Stanley tried to keep his voice as calm and steady as possible. A bomb? Achi's voice squeaked into falsetto. The guy that Kano just apprehended as a decoy. The real Alfred is planning to eliminate Atomi and the false Alfred at the same time. Stanley didn't have the time to explain that Kanan was Alfred. Besides, it would only confuse the matter all the more at this point. Listen, first, turn off that cell phone, then go and look for the bomb. Okay, got it, Achi. Hopefully, the team at the Scramble would be able to pull through. Now, Stanley needed to focus on capturing Alfred. He tightened his grip on the steering wheel. His emotions were coming on far too strongly for him to keep them in check. In the back of his mind, Stanley thought about the last he'd ever seen of Frank. Ooh. There had been nothing left of his brother but a bloodied hand reaching out from beneath the rubble. Even since that day, since that very moment, Jack Stanley had sworn vengeance upon Alfred. He would never forget the rage he'd felt at having what was left of his family taken from him. Hey Jack, once this is all tidied up, we're gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. Sure, you got it. Stanley sprang into action, leading away the throng of panicking civilians. But all the while, he couldn't help but worry about Frank. We've got almost 30 minutes left. He'll be fine. In fact, we'll definitely be here in time. He did his utmost to reassure himself. But still, the doubts gnawed. When the bomb squad descended upon the area, clad in their protective gear, Stanley shot a look at his watch. Look at him! Explosive ordnance disposal suits, also commonly called bomb suits or blast suits, worn during bomb disposal operations to protect the wearer from the shock of a blast or from any hurled fragments an explosion may produce. Such a suit is, however, wholly inadequate to protect the wearer from a large, powerful explosives such as several hundred grams of C4 detonated at close range. He felt a surge of relief. Only about 15 minutes had passed. There was still plenty of time for them to deactivate the bomb with their liquid nitrogen. Thank God, Frank's going to be alright. But he got no chance to relish that thought. There was an ear-splitting boom as a powerful shockwave shook the area. Stanley whirled back around, staring in horror at the place that his brother had been. Nothing remained but a mound of rubble. A later investigation revealed that the timer on the bomb's exterior had been a mere ruse. The explosive had never linked to a timer at all. Instead, it had been detonated via remote control. When electrical detonators capable of triggering an explosion with electrical current were invented, it quickly rendered old-style fuses obsolete. In the modern day, many terrorists use small electronics, such as cellular phones and keyless entry remotes for cars as explosive triggers. Alfred had deceived them, using a visible timer to lure them into a false sense of security. That's like the opposite of the actual bomb. Stanley had managed to save many lives that day, to be sure, but it had come at the cost of his own brother's life. Had he really made the best decisions he could have made? He was still asking himself the same question over and over, even now. But no matter how much he blamed himself, it wouldn't bring Frank back. If there was one thing he could still do for his brother, it was getting revenge on Alfred with his own hands. Stanley had been in constant pursuit of Alfred ever since. He would stoop to any level for information without remorse. His opponent was someone who would do anything at all to achieve a goal. It only made sense for him to do the same. At some point, he'd stop even hesitating to get his own hands dirty. He would charge headlong into any danger if he sensed Alfred's presence, even if his own life was a price he was willing to pay. Even his own life was a price he was willing to pay in the name of vengeance. He could never hope to latch his jaws onto his core's throat if he behaved like prey himself. He must be the greater predator. He would cast aside his humanity, would become a blood-stained beast. Blood-stained beast? If that improved his chances at the hunt. For the hunt was all that mattered. Pursuit of Alfred had become his only purpose. Vengeance! So it had been for the past 2 years. Now those years flashed through Stanley's mind in the blink of an eye. As he came back into the moment, he marveled at his own ferocity, and at the depth of the wound he'd suffered. Oh, I gotta make a choice here. Arresting her isn't enough. I'll make her pay with her life. Huh. Interesting. You know what? Let's go see. If I do get my revenge, what would Frank think? When Stanley pictured his younger brother, it wasn't with a smile on his face. The realization gave him pause. In the end, killing Alfred wouldn't bring his brother back. That went without saying. But although he could see now that revenge was an absurd goal, his heart still churned deep and dark with resentment. The Okoshi Pharmaceutical Lab finally came into view. A large billow of black smoke was rising from one of the building's windows. Stanley felt a chill in the pit of his stomach. He hopped out of the car and then gasped. Tatsuno, Oh no. The detective was sprawled face down on the ground outside the laboratory gate, his gun still in his hand. Blood had pooled around his head. He'd been shot at close range. Death would have been instantaneous. All too late, Stanley felt full weight of his mistake. Tatsuno had gone up against an opponent who was out of his league and had gotten himself killed, and Stanley had put him up to it. He should never have let Tatsuno try to handle the situation on his own. He should have done whatever it took to stop the detective. There must have been some way he could have averted this disaster. Saving Maria is your top priority, isn't it? That's right. There had been no hesitation in Tatsuno's words. Stanley had known how badly the man wanted to save Maria. That's why he deferred to the detective's judgment. Now he was faced with the results of his own naivety. The smoke pouring from the building showed no signs of diminishing. In all likelihood, the lab had been destroyed with a bomb. Alfred's plan had run its course before Stanley had even got there. He couldn't forgive himself for having been so thoroughly outwitted. Nor would he ever forgive Alfred for what the terrorists had done. Anger erupted inside him, raging like hellfire, driving him on to action. Death would be too kind a fate for Alfred. Now more than ever before the thirst of vengeance consumed him. Oh, fuck. But even as he began to stalk toward the laboratory, a bullet caught Stanley in the abdomen. For a moment, he couldn't process what had happened. There was an intense, searing pain that spread through his gut. Warm liquid began to soak through his shirt. Then a figure emerged from within the smoke. Spooky. I've been waiting for you to show up, Jack. Another bullet tore through Stanley's body. Time seemed to slow for him. He watched the spray of blood scattering like a crimson mist. Alfred! Stanley hissed the word through clenched teeth. I think it's probably more like Alfard, but I don't like Alfard. Alpha RD. Out of pure, stubborn spite, he managed to stay on his feet. Tottering toward his foe, he raised his gun. Video! Aw, oh, shit! He didn't stop pulling the trigger until the very moment his world went dark. Whoa! 82, defiant to the last. Well, I still lost. That is not a good ending. So what do I have to do here, then? What would be... Do I have to get Stanley very pissed here? Pay with her life. Arresting her isn't enough. I'll make her pay with her life. It was the only fair price for the life she herself had taken. There could be no restitution for Frank's death as long as she was still alive. The law wasn't going to punish Alfred. Stanley was. Didn't care if anyone else thought it was a petty vendetta. Only someone who'd suffered the loss of a loved one at the hands of a vicious killer could understand his seething resentment. Something tells me nothing changed. Nothing changed. Alright, we'll go with B then. Alright, 2 years flashed in my eyes. I'm very angry. My brother died. Alfred killed my brother. If I don't sink to her level, I'll never be able to beat her. Stanley's heart had room for nothing but revenge. The law wasn't going to punish Alfred. Stanley was. He didn't care if anyone else thought it was a petty vendetta. Only someone who suffered the loss could understand his seething resentment. Same lines there too, damn. Huh. So we've got 2 bad endings then. And not a lot of wiggle room either. Something makes me think that Tatsuno's story would end before Jack's here. Like, is it possible that something way back here would need to be changed? Or what do we do? Katie spoke without taking her eyes off the barricade ahead. Tatsuno thought for a few moments before arriving at an answer. They'd have to plow on through. Get in the back seat, Tatsuno told Kanan. Why? I want you to hold on to Maria so she doesn't fall. Feisty grin came to Kanan's face. You got it. Before we knew she was crazy. Oh, that did change something. Kanan quickly clambered into the back. Tatsuno gunned the accelerator. It's do or die now. Tatsuno clenched his teeth as the van picked up speed. Then a patrol car came roaring out of a nearby side road. What the? Reflexively, Tatsuno eased up his gas. A police cruiser cut in front of the minivan, turning to head right toward the roadblock. Crashing into the barricade, plowed down through. Plowed, not stopping until it slewed up onto the curbs. We solved this thing, though. The car's impact had made enough space for another vehicle to slip through in its wake. Alright, here goes. The minivan barreled on through the checkpoint. Tatsuno wondered who in the world would have who in the world would have been driving the cruiser. Yeah, but it's still nothing changes. Where was that thing I was looking at here? Maybe you're here. Did you miss your guy? Your guy? You missed more bad endings there at the beginning. And you're now coming into me fumbling around trying to figure out how to get the finish the guy. Yanagashita? No Yanagashita sightings. No Yanagashita sightings at all. It's gotta be something with Tatsuno, I feel like. If I do this, I'm trying to divine this, and then why is this a bad ending? Why am I at a bad ending here? That's all that Yanagashita is good for. Setting up the dry ice. Tatsuno said, I don't want to pull... We've seen this now. I've seen this line like 4 times. Why is this... I feel like this bad ending needs to be corrected. Something isn't right. If I go Tatsuno, bad ending, 1910. Someone's, uh-oh, that's not, oh, Tatibo. I didn't mean to type Tatibo. Tatino. What's a man to do here? I don't know what to do, man. I'm baffled. And Google isn't helping. Tatino. Stuck. Bad ending. I'm just gonna make noises until the answer comes to me. I mean, it says I could just start here and try to reverse it backwards. So I've done all this. 1910 says option B did that. Option B did that. Jack. Oh. Maybe this is it? Maybe? Alright, find some way to stall until I get there. If she realizes we're onto her, you're done for. Tatsuno hung up without saying anything. Car just turned on its side. Oh. We did it. Okay, that was it for some reason. Okay. Nightmare Kanan, let's go! Tatsuno said. Try anything funny, and I'll make sure you regret it. Excuse me. Spicy noodles coming back up. He kept his gun trained on the center of her chest. You can't shoot me. Kanan took another step closer. You're still traumatized from that time you let your friend's wife die. Okay, so I had to, in the way off different time zone or time period thing, have Jack Stanley tell Tatsuno to delay again. I have to convey that Tatsuno needs to delay as much as he can, which I guess kind of makes sense so that he can get there, because it's quickly seeming like while we've seen multiple characters in this game, the real main two people conflict between this game is this Kanan Alford person and Jack Stanley. They've got this beef, they've got this history, and it's clear that they're the main forces to the story, it seems. How do you know about that? Tatsuno was shaking now, his aim wavering. I heard her talking with the younger detective up on that rooftop. That was right. She had been there. Let's test my theory out. Kanan pointed her index finger at her own heart. If you think I'm Alfred, then shoot me right here. Huh? The corner of her mouth twisted up. You can't do it, can you? Tatsuno's gun hand shook all the more. You're afraid to pull the trigger. It was as if her words were a spell. were a spell that she was casting over him. You can hardly even stand the thought of pointing your gun at someone. Katone's final moments flashed through Tatsuno's mind. Sad. If he hadn't fired back then, maybe Katone would still be alive. Your friend's entire life was changed because of you. Why hadn't he tried to talk the culprit down? He knew the reason why. Because he loved Katone. He'd still loved her, even after she'd become Dasuke's wife. His desire to be the one who saved her had warped his sense of judgment when things had come down to the wire. Oh yeah, these are new scenes. Okay, Tatsuno. Do you not enjoy being with me? There was a forlorn look on Katone's face. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy being with her. Her very presence soothed him. But the more serious their relationship had grown, the more it tore at Tatsuno's heart. The truth was that he didn't really know what happiness was, and so he was incapable of making someone else happy. If it were possible, he'd want Katone to be smiling anyways. Always, I mean. And that meant her being with someone other than him. I think it would be best if we stopped seeing each other. Tatsuno blurted out the words bluntly, and Katone's face fell. He hadn't broken up with her because of any lack of feeling for her. Rather, the impulse had actually sprung out of his pursuit of human warmth, and his growing fear of losing it. He'd just been so uneasy. More than anything, he'd been afraid that he wanted too much love and affection from Katone. Huh. Bit by bit, Tatsuno lowered his gun, his hand ever more unsteady. His heart was on the cusp of breaking, and still Kanan continued with her diabolic whispering. You can go ahead and kill me, but if it turns out I'm not Alfred, what then? Now she stared at Tatsuno with an almost pitiable look. You'll have once more done something that you can never undo. Something I can never undo. Tatsuno repeated the words dully, feeling himself forced into a trance. That's right. Could you ever accept that? No, I couldn't make the same mistake. His whole body felt like it might fall apart. He wanted to drop to the ground and curl up in a ball, like a child. And that's why you can't shoot anyone. I can't shoot anyone. As Tatsuno muttered the words, Kano's face appeared in the back of his mind. I can! Tears fell from Kano's eyes as he looked down the barrel of his gun at Tatsuno. He'd become a detective who didn't lose sight of what he was supposed to protect, no matter the situation. Tatsuno had nearly forgotten. Nearly abandoned his inward promise to be a detective worthy of that final salute Kano had given him. He brought his gun back up to bear. Don't be absurd, Kanan mocked. You can't shoot anyone. Actually, I can. The words creaked dryly from Tatsuno's throat. When there's something I'm supposed to protect, I can shoot. The memory of Kano weeping but taking aim had given him the resolve he needed to face down an opponent who ought to have terrified him. I learned that from someone who was terrible at his job. Kanan's eyes went cold. Immediately, she lifted up her gun again. Once more, their eyes locked, sparks of hostility crackling between them. But almost immediately, Tatsuno could sense the difference in skill between his opponent and himself. The young woman radiated a deadly aura. The force of her stare was like a knife pressed to his throat. There's some real-ass Kingdom Hearts music playing right now. Like Final Boss, resolving music. She had borne witness to carnage and bloodshed the likes of which he couldn't even imagine. He couldn't win this. She would kill him, guaranteed. Tatsuno braced himself for death, never taking his eyes off Kanan's. If nothing else, he needed to buy time for Kano to get that password. Kano. But could he do that, given the opponent he faced? Yes, somehow he would do it. As a detective, as a man, even if he had to give his own life to succeed. Even if it couldn't come close to making up for the sins he had committed. End. And it kills me every time where it says end, and then of his story, and you're like, and what? What are you getting at? What are you getting at, game? Bum 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 bum. I'll pick C again, back what I had originally chosen. If I do get my revenge, what would Frank think? When Stanley pictured his younger brother, it wasn't with a smile on his face. The realization gave him pause. In the end, killing Alfred wouldn't bring his brother back. That went without saying. But although he could see now, that revenge was an absurd goal. His heart still churned deep and dark with resentment. Finally, the Akoshi Pharmaceutical Laboratory came into view. There were 2 people standing outside the front gate, and it's not on fire. Oh my god! It was Tatsuno and the girl who was pretending to be Kanan. Each had a gun drawn on the other. Somehow Stanley had made it in time. Because he delayed! He pulled his car up alongside them and reached down into the gun sleeve concealed beside his seat. Kept wanting to say behind. He pulled out a .44 caliber Desert Eagle, one of the most powerful semi-automatic handguns in the world. Nice little picture there. A semi-automatic handgun designed by Minnesota-based Magnum Research Inc. and manufactured by Israeli Weapon Industries. There are various models chambered for different rounds. The largest, the 50 Action Express 50 is exceptionally powerful by semi-automatic handgun standards. Oh yeah, gun porn, yeah. His orders were to apprehend Alfred. A smaller Glock in his shoulder holster might be better suited to that end. Even so, he opted for the Desert Eagle because of its cool name. Getting out of the car, he started pacing toward the young woman. Stanley! Tatsuno glanced over at him, his face pale. Stanley gave a silent nod in reply. He could see the hint of a smile on the girl's face. Probably a smile of overconfidence. Well, her brazenness would get her no further. I got in touch with the others, Stanley said. Told them to turn off Tomiyasawa's cell phone. He could see her eyes react. I imagine that, by now, they've also managed to deal with the bomb you planted on your decoy. The young woman's remained silent. And of course, they've managed to bypass that lock inside the lab. You know what this means. Your little plan has failed, completely. Stanley could see the girl's stare sharpen. He chased Alfred all around the world, only to arrive here at last in this little island nation. It had been a long, long journey, and he'd spent a long time suffering. Now, both the journey and the suffering would be over. We meet at last, Alfred. Fucking really? Game? And what? Oh my god, game. Wait. Do you see what I'm seeing? Do you see all the colors? Fucking Captain Planet ass. All the characters' little colors joining to the bottom here. It's the most fucking hyped up moment this game could ever produce. Everyone has their own. Oh shit! I'm spoiling potentially. What are the Captain Planet colors and powers? It's like wind, Fire. Earth. Love. River. Something like that. Epilogue. Epilogue. All stories come to the epilogue here. The actual ending. It took 3 or 4 streams of me saying it, but we're actually at the end. What a moment. What a moment. Kanan's friend. Kanan's friend. She felt a hand firmly clutching her own as she hazily returned to consciousness. No, you're just about to see what the game is calling the epilogue. You came back just in time. Here, I'll redo the Captain Planet spiel. So all the little things are joining, and this for some reason reminded me of Captain Planet. And then I said what the Captain Planet elements are, which of course are fire, wind, love. And then there was like a monkey. Earth. And then it was like Captain Planet. I'm just pretty sure that's how it went. Heart. That's what it is. Am I thinking heart and love? Is that... I don't remember Captain Planet that well, apparently. Also, I don't like how I was saying love. I'm gonna be honest. This hand. Whose is it? My father's? Who's speaking? Oh, Maria. Oh, okay. Maria's eyelids slowly drifted open. Maria, you're all right now. Oh man, I want to see everyone's little ending here. Everyone comes together. Her father was indeed beside her, holding her hand. A surprising... Excuse me. Oh, the spicy noodles are coming back. A surprising warmth radiated from his slender, bony palm. Dad? She was lying on a sofa. She craned her neck to look around, still trying to process what was going on. I need to get serious. I can't... I gotta narrate the epilogue well. There were several monitors set up around the room. Where are we? At my laboratory. You were infected with a virus. But I've given you the antiviral. You don't have anything to worry about. He squeezed Maria's hand even more tightly. That hurts. Ah, right. Sorry. Saw he eased up the pressure on his daughter's hand, but he didn't let go entirely. This feels so strange, Maria muttered, staring up at the ceiling. I wonder why. What does? Having you hold my hand? I used to hold your hand like this when we would go on walks together. When you were little. I doubt you remember that, though. Maria considered. It was true, she didn't have any clear memory of her father holding her hand like this. And yet, the touch of her father's palm felt distantly familiar. Gently, she squeezed back. It's been a while, hasn't it? She said. I mean, me looking you in the eye while I'm talking to you? That's only because I didn't look you in the eye. Asawa hung his head. I'm so sorry, he said. Please, forgive me. I never meant to hurt you like I did. Wait, hold on. Maria was taken aback. I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean, hurt me? Back on that rainy day? Asawa told Maria about the day she'd run away from home. About how he'd known where she had gone, but hadn't gone to find her. About how he'd given in to his anger and struck her once she came back home. When he'd finished, he hung his head once more. I'm so sorry. I've been such a terrible father. Maria cracked an impish smile. Oh yeah? I guess that did happen. Asawa frowned. You know, she said, I'd totally forgotten about that. Until you mentioned it just now, I mean. No, I can't believe that, Saul replied. The way I hurt you, He sounded so disappointed in himself. Dad, it's not like I can let myself dwell on each and every detail of my childhood. I mean, in the 19 or so years I've been alive, I've been hurt in lots of different ways. A child experienced so much more than what her parents knew. That was what growing up was all about. It was a happy thing, but also a little bit sad. Asal was visibly grappling with his feelings. I see, he said. I guess you have gone through much pain. Well, yeah, but there have been more things that were fun and happy. I see. It's the sum of all those things that have made me who I am today, so please, don't worry so much about the past. I see. Dad, you keep saying I see. Stop it. Sorry. It's just... This is all so difficult to say. Saul was trying, and failing, to hold back his tears. Maria wasn't quite sure what those tears were for, but she felt a prickle of embarrassment. Shyly, she looked away, and her eyes alighted on one of the monitors. The screen showed a view from outside the lab. Who are those people? She asked, pointing. Asawa looked, and his eyes widened in shock. 3 people with guns were facing off with one another. Maria recognized one of them, Tatsuno, the man with the cane. Why are those 2 pointing guns at your friend? Asawa's voice was shaking. My friend? What do you mean? The one you met when we went to the Middle East. You know, Kanan? Asawa switched the monitor to show a different camera angle. A close-up of the young woman's face appeared on screen. Maria was at a loss for words. That certainly wasn't Kanan. It was the girl who'd come to tell Maria that Hitomi was going to be kidnapped. Kanan's friend. Oh, now we're getting flashback to who it really is. Oh my god! It had happened 3 days earlier. While Maria was on her way home from campus, a girl approached her, telling her she was a friend of Kanan. Kanan asked me to pass along a message, she said. Then she showed Maria a video recording. The video quality was quite poor, and the voice indistinct. There's a terrorist who's after the antiviral agent your father is developing. Maria listened in shock as the message continued. The terrorist plan was already in motion, and Hitomi had been infected with the killer virus. Your father used the antiviral to save Hitomi, but the terrorist planned on that. I'll spare you the details, but there's a way to extract the antiviral from Hitomi's blood. Stealing the drug from the laboratory directly is too problematic. The terrorist intends to get it directly from your sister. Hitomi is certain to be kidnapped sometime in the next few days, and so I have something to ask you. I'd like you to get kidnapped in her place. Since you're twins, it should be possible for you to trade places without the kidnappers realizing it. It's terrible for my voice. I gave the girl who's passing along this message a necklace outfitted with a small GPS beacon. Make sure you wear the necklace. Switch it on, and it'll allow me to keep tabs on your location. I promise I'll come and rescue you. What is this? Let me see. Oh. Were you not here for... Oh, the pronunciation. Man, why doesn't Wikipedia have like an actual like clickable pronunciation thing though? This doesn't help. Where was I? I promise I'll come and rescue. Please help me. Yeah, if there's an actual pronunciation thing, I'll play it. And then I'll refuse to, if it's anything other than how I was pronouncing it, I'll refuse to say it the correct way. We're too far in. I can't change now. It's the only way we can keep the antiviral and Hitomi safe. The video ended and the girl handed Maria a necklace with an ornate pendant. He showed her the hidden switch on the back. Kaden's coming to Japan? Maria asked. She's already here. She's ready to risk her life for this mission. Risk her life? Maria started uneasily. So, this terrorist who's after the antiviral drug, is it Alfred? The girl looked shocked. You know about Alfred? Kaden told me about that taking down Alfred is her purpose in life, but Alfred has ties to the CIA, so it's hard for Kaden to get any good leads. That's true. Which reminds me, you should have this. The girl held out a photograph. I'm not gonna like it. Uh-oh. Fuck. Okay, here we go. Let me... M-O-T. Moment of truth. Oh, wait. Get out of here. Oh, I forgot I had turned down the...
Kanan.
Why am I getting like two different pronunciations there?
Kanan.
Why is it like two different people are saying the word?
Kanan.
Like one's a bit sped up. What is this?
Kanan.
Oh. Well.
Kanan.
Okay, well.
Kanan.
I think I was just clicking the wrong thing. I mean... Okay, yeah, I saw the mistake I was making. Don't be mean! I'm over here just trying my best. I thought I was so slick. I actually thought for a second, I was like, wait. Okay, so the English pronunciation is right. So, I'm reading it in English. Right? I mean... Yeah, the actual, like, Persian pronunciation, that is... Could you imagine if this whole game, every time that the name came up, I would pronounce it just like that? Very stressed. The girl held out a photograph. This man is dangerous. Man, I'm reeling now. I'm not gonna be able to finish tonight now. Pack it in. Stay away from him. He's an ally of Alfred. Maria did her best to burn the man's image into her mind. Alright, the girl said. I passed along everything Kanan wanted me to tell you. What you do next is up to you. I wonder if this actress ever did anything else. Like, I'm curious to see after I'm completely done with this game, if, like, the makers of this original game, like, did anything else. Or the actors and actresses. Is that, like, are you saying it, like, canon? Or canon? Kanan? Ganon? Ganondorf? Man, you should know better. I don't, my breadth of anime knowledge is not that wide. Unfortunately. So the reference is lost on me. I'm over here several streams ago talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. Like... Yeah, of course he knows. Oh, the anime K-On. I'm over here talking about singing the Yu-Gi-Oh anime opening and Captain Planet, okay? That's about the extent of my anime knowledge. Beyond Captain Planet, and even my Captain Planet knowledge was shaky. You know? Am I doing something bad by saying I don't know anime? Oh my god. So wait, what the hecky has been going on while I've been asleep? I saw a recoil from the ferocity on his daughter's face. This whole stream is just gonna be burned down once the archive version of the stream will just end at this part. It'll just tonight's whole stream will just not exist beyond tonight. That Kanan girl thought of a way to save you. He went on to explain the plan to get the antiviral out of the locked down laboratory. Yep. That hecky counter. Once again, Maria stared at the monitor. As she eyed Kanan's friend, another memory from before she'd blacked out drifted to the surface. Whoa! Yeah, like Kenan and Kel, the actual, an actual good anime. Also, you can't tick up the hecky counter when I'm just referencing the hecky counter. That's not how it works. Suddenly, it dawned on Maria what this girl was planning. She pretended to be Kanan in order. Now I can't. Now I'm just going to be thinking of Kenan and Kel. She pretended to be Kenan and Kel in order to get into the lab, she said, scowling at the image on the monitor. Asala looked at the screen, and then at his daughter's face. Well, then who in the world is she? Maria already had the answer. There is no doubt about it. That girl was Alfred. That's good. That's good. That was good. That's a good joke, and it was said fast enough. I appreciate it. Yiddish voice. Not available. The instant she realized this, she knew they were in danger. If Alfred managed to infiltrate the lab, there was no way she'd be satisfied with simply getting her hands on the antiviral. She sowed ruin everywhere she went. Is something wrong? Sawa asked uneasily. Maria, what is it? Maria's mind was racing. She spoke her thoughts out loud. She's going to kill you so the drug can't be recreated. No, it's not thorough enough. She's going to destroy this whole facility. But how? Vague possibilities tumbled through her mind, but she couldn't be sure what the terrorists might be planning. She gritted her teeth in frustration. Don't worry, Sawa said. I don't know who that girl is, but right now she's outside the lab. There's no way she can kill me or plant a bomb in here or anything. Yeah, I know. Maria gave a tiny nod, but something gnawed at the back of her mind. Oh. Make sure you wear the necklace. Hurriedly, Maria took hold of the pendant that hung around her neck. As soon as she did, she felt a chill run up her spine. She went back over the details of Alfred's plan as her father had explained it. I'm really hoping like the true ending of this game is just like a 30-minute long like cutscene movie. You can just sit back and watch. And Yanagashita comes back. Every character comes back. Everybody is here. And then finally she understood. Yep, the entire budget just to the final 30 minutes. It'd be worth it. I've got it. Sawa straightened up. You've got what? I need to get out there where those three are. Don't be absurd. I have to go. You tell him, Maria. Sawa peered closely at his daughter's face. Words weren't going to stop her, and as he realized that, his own face stiffened with determination. All right, but I'm going with you. I can't let you rush into danger all by yourself. Thank you, Dad. Maria tried to get up from the sofa, but she was struck by a wave of vertigo, and her knees buckled. Are you all right? Sawa caught her by the arm. This is probably a side effect of the antiviral. You shouldn't push yourself too much. Maria looked up at her father's anxious face and shook her head. Don't worry, I'll be okay. Her body was weak with lethargy. Her mind trapped in a disorienting haze. Every step was a monumental effort, but she clenched her jaw and forced herself onward, making her way down the laboratory hallway. A whirlwind of anger and sadness spurred her onward. Alfred was masquerading as Kanan. The cruel truth was all too clear. The terrorist would never have been able to get away with the deception of Kanan, if Kanan were still alive, which means that Kanan must be. Maria fought to hold back her tears. It was too early to cry just yet. That could wait until after she put a stop to Alfred's plan. Using her rage to suppress her sorrow, she shoved open the door in front of her. Why is she leading the way? Why isn't fucking Asawa, opening doors? That isn't Kanan. Yeah, they know. You're late, Maria. Maria's voice exploded into the silence of the standoff. I doubt we're getting better testimony than that, Stanley said, his gun still at the ready. There's no talking your way out of things this time. The expression on Alfred's face didn't change. She stood still, a mannequin without a soul. What did you do to Kanan? Maria demanded, marching unsteadily toward the terrorist. Maria, stay back, Saul exclaimed. She ignored him. Hey, don't get any closer, Tatsuno barked. He looked exhausted, on the verge of collapse. Answer me, Maria cried, still advancing. What happened to Kanan? But still Alfred said nothing. Stanley, too, began edging toward her. It doesn't matter what you ask, he said. She won't tell you anything. Wait, who has a meme shirt? I'm going back. That isn't Kanan. Ah, shit. Okay, I gotta... If you bring it up, I must see it. Oh. What does it say? No. You gotta bring up the things that you see. What is that a picture of? And also, is that middle word say jokin' or smokin'? Is it one of those, situations where it's a Japanese shirt where it just has, weirdly translated English and they don't actually know what it means? I don't know what that could be. But whatever that image is, it's kind of scary, or I don't... You T-head. That's pretty good. That's a good catch, Gage. Good job. Marching unsteadily toward the terrace, Maria stayed back. She ignored him. Hey, don't get any closer, Tatsuno barked. He looked exhausted, on the verge of collapse. Answer me, Maria cried, still advancing. What happened to Kanan? But still Alfred said nothing. Stanley, too, began edging toward her. It doesn't matter what you ask, he said. She won't tell you anything. Bit by bit, he inched closer. He was going to try to take her down. Damn, she's cold. Let me turn your question around, Alfred said abruptly. What do you think? Maria paused, confused. What do I think about what? What do you think happened to Kanan? The corners of her lips twisted up, shaping a mirthless smile. You killed her, didn't you? Maria's words came out as a whisper. What was that? I couldn't quite hear you. You killed Kanan, didn't you? This time Maria cried out with biting fury. Alfred snickered. She's provoking me, Maria thought, forcing herself to swallow her rage. She couldn't let herself get caught up in Alfred's game, or her anger would spill out of control. Why are you laughing? By force of will, Maria made her voice firm and steady. Because I'm guessing you weren't expecting me to show up here. Alfred raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. This thing here? It's a bomb, isn't it? Maria held out the necklace. What? Stanley furrowed his brow. Ah, of course. Even if we managed to catch you here, you'd still be able to destroy the lab. Still, the smile remained on Alfred's face. She seemed to enjoy watching the others figure out her intentions. But you can't trigger the bomb with me standing this close to you, can you? Maria locked eyes with Alfred. Unless you're prepared to sacrifice yourself. She stood like an image of bravery, while on the inside her apprehension threatened to tear her apart. She could feel her heart thudding so furiously that she thought it might explode. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. Only her rage at Kanan's murder kept her from backing down. Go ahead and blow yourself up if that's what you want, she said. But you'll die with nothing. Your death will mean nothing. But not mine. My death will avenge Kanan's. Oh shit, this is an anime. Yes, a little random, but you know what? It's fair to say. Silence fell outside the laboratory gates. Oh, okay. I was like, why? It's like, what are you doing? Stanley and Tatsuno stood frozen, their guns still trained on Alfred. Both men were ready to pull the trigger at the slightest provocation. Just how long had they been there, staring one another down? The passage of time seemed to slow, seconds drawn into hours. Saw was swallowed audibly. Finally, Alfred tossed her gun onto the pavement and held up both hands in surrender. Stanley wasted no time, springing forward to secure her. He gave her a thorough pat down from behind. He removed a small device that looked like a detonator from one of her pockets. On your knees. Alfred did, as she was told. Good. Now hands behind your head. Try anything funny and I will shoot. Without a word, Alfred placed her hands on the back of her head, fingers laced together. What are you playing at? Stanley growled disdainfully. Finally realized you can only push your luck so far? She responded with a faint snicker. It's not my policy to resist when things are hopeless. Her tone was detached, her intentions unreadable. Good. That'll make this easy. Stanley kept the barrel of his gun pointed at Alfred's head. This is for my brother. The words hung in his throat, unspoken. Surge of emotion coursed through him. Just a tiny bit more pressure from his index finger, and he could put a bullet right through Alfred's head. His long journey would finally reach its conclusion. But although he had wished for this moment more than anything, his finger did not move. If he pulled the trigger now, would that truly be the end? His mind reeled at the implications. Tatsuno watched Stanley closely, eventually letting out a tiny sigh of relief. They were in this together, after all. Now they just need to be careful not to let down their guard. He kept one eye on Alfred as he went to pick up the gun she'd discarded. But he was too late. The gun was gone. Oh shit! This is for Kanan! Maria had lunged forward, snatching up the gun. Maria, no! Sawa cried. What are you thinking? She ignored her father, taking aim at Alfred's forehead. Kanan's dead. And you're gonna pay. The smoldering rage she'd fought to hold back blazed up with renewed fury. Maria, Stanley said calmly, put down the gun. He had nothing but words to stop her. There was no telling what Alfred might do if he took his gun off her. What will this accomplish? He asked, keeping his tone as level as possible. Maria's face remained awash with anger. Maria, her father pleaded, please, don't do this. Tatsuno took a step forward. Go on, hand me the gun, he said. Stay back! Maria's arm trembled as she aimed the gun. Everyone stood frozen, not even daring to breathe. The slightest wrong move might bring disaster. The silence roared. I don't care, Alfred sneered. If you want to shoot, then shoot. You do want to avenge Kanan, don't you? Yes. Yes, I do. Maria tightened her grip on the gun. Memories of her friend drifted through her mind. To Maria, born into peace, meeting Kanan had been like touching a world beyond her own. A far more complicated world. Kanan had blood on her hands from the time she was a little girl. A walking contradiction of cruelty and childishness. And yet, she had lived her life according to her own unshakable beliefs. Meeting her had made Maria think hard about her own identity. What did it mean to be Japanese? No, that wasn't the question. What did it mean to be Maria Osawa? That was the crux of it all. They had been able to find common ground despite differing ideals, because both possessed an unshakable sense of self. The tense equilibrium came crashing down as Maria let out a shout. This is for Kanan! She pulled the trigger, but her shot went wide, shattering the window of a nearby car. The sudden gunshot caught Stanley off guard. Alfred didn't miss her opening. She rolled swiftly across the pavement, drawing the small pistol she'd hidden in an ankle holster. Maria hastily tried to aim for a second shot. Dad? Sawa collapsed at Maria's feet. Dad? Her father went limp. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Stanley dived at Alfred. He grabbed hold of her right wrist, the one clutching the gun, and slammed her head down hard against the pavement. She made no attempt to resist. In a moment, he had subdued her. Maria, you're not hurt, are you? Sawa croaked feebly as his daughter gathered him up in her arms. I'm fine, but Dad, you're... Blood was gushing through Asawa's shirt. Maria pressed her hand against the wound, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. Look, just hurry, get her as fast as you can. Tatsuno was on his cell phone calling for an ambulance. I know there's a traffic jam, just figure something out, please. His voice was ragged with desperation. Dad, hang in there. Large tears streamed from Maria's eyes. So this is what it's like. Sawa lay with his head in his daughter's lap, struggling to rasp out his words. My body just reacted before I had any time to think. I finally understand what a virus must feel like. His eyes were hollow. I never told you in Hitomi, did I? About what started my fascination with virus research. Dad, try not to talk right now. Maria squeezed her father's hand, almost imperceptibly. He squeezed back. Probably isn't a very interesting story, he said. But I'd like for you to both hear it anyway. I know, and we will. After this, I promise we will. Maria's words brought a contented smile to Asawa's face. I'm glad. So glad. It's alright, just don't talk right now. This time, at least, I was there for you. Asawa slowly shut his eyes. Dad? Maria said, but her father didn't answer. Dad, don't die! You can't die! The sound of ambulance sirens wailed in the distance. Maria clutched her father's hand, trying to make her grip firm and reassuring, just as his had been for her back inside the laboratory. Please, don't die. She repeated the words inwardly, over and over and over. A black car of foreign make arrived at the laboratory and pulled up to the curb. Stanley's superior, Gordon, emerged from the back. A few of his men followed and promptly placed Alfred in handcuffs. Well done, Gordon said. Stanley gave him a slight nod. I'll be taking Alfred back to headquarters. You can finish up here. Understood, sir. Man, Asawa dies because of Maria. That's fucked up. Gordon shoved Alfred in the back seat and slid in alongside her, and the car drove off. No, don't say Gordon's your favorite character. You know, in this game full of great characters, do not say Gordon's your favorite character now. I will not allow it. Who was that just now? Tatsuno asked Stanley. My boss. Sorry, but we'll be taking Alfred into custody. You will, huh? Tatsuno frowned, but decided not to press the point. The ambulance arrived at last, and Asawa was loaded inside. Maria remained at his side, still weeping, still softly calling out to him. He could sense her there, though her voice sounded awfully far away. Is this the end, then? He was vaguely aware that he was dying, but he was not afraid. At the far end of a hazy tunnel, he could still see Maria. My, she had grown. She had grown so very much. If he were an organism that multiplied by dividing itself, he would die knowing that he had left his best selves behind. He had only one wish now, that Maria and Hitomi would go on to lead happy lives. His vision was growing steadily more dim. Tiny motes of light flickered and wavered faintly before his eyes. It looked a lot like the very first time he had ever peered through a microscope, and that was enough for him. Unexpectedly, Maria's cell phone rang in Stanley's pocket. He'd meant to give it back to her, but the ambulance had already departed. The phone continued to ring for some time, but eventually fell into a death-like silence. Oh, this is kind of sad. This is kind of sad. This is kind of sad. Zero, zero, 02. Is it 2 minutes? Is it 2 seconds? Is it 2 minutes past midnight? Who knows? Oh, 2 seconds on the bomb. Oh yeah, there's this group too. Achi held his breath. He could no longer feel the seconds ticking by. The numbers on the display were changing more and more slowly, but still he watched in fear. 2 seconds. It was impossible not to fixate on the countdown. 2 seconds, 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Kano and Achi, 2 damage, 2 damage, 2 damage. Kano and Achi continued to stare at the timer. 2 seconds. It had stopped. The timer had actually stopped. We did it! Achi dropped to his knees with a cry of triumph. The rest of the Shibuya Scramble burst into cheers. You are one reckless guy, you know that? Kano held his hand out. Achi grinned up at him. That makes 2 of us. The 2 clasped hands firmly, their handshake conveying more than any words could have. Achi. Susumu came rushing over. You did it, man. I knew you could do it. The 2 bumped fists. It weren't just me, Achi said. Could never have done it without you guys' help. Susumu smiled bashfully. Hey, Susumu, take care of SOS for me. You got it. Susumu looked him squarely in the eye. Achi gave a little nod and the 2 solemnly bumped fists again. Hey! Suddenly there was a blinding flash. Why is the fucking asshole still here, though? Achi spun around to see Chiaki standing there, beaming happily, her digital camera ready for another shot. Hey, everyone gather up, Norikawa called out to Achi and his pals. You guys are the heroes of Shibuya. Photo time, everyone, Chiaki said. Get ready. The young men struck a pose together. Wait, her too. Norikawa ushered Hitomi over to stand with Achi. Hitomi! Achi stared at her shyly. It was all thanks to Hitomi that he'd been able to do what he had done. Keeping Shibuya safe, keeping his promise to Suzune, Hitomi had been his inspiration for it all. There were so many things he wanted to say, but he couldn't get the right words out. Achi, Tomi's cheeks were damp with tears. Hey now, little lady, Norikawa called. No crying now. Come on, show us a smile. He struck a goofy pose beside Chiaki. At last, the smile returned to Tomi's face. It really is the best. Tomi looked up at Achi in confusion. Your smile, he said. It's the best. I don't care what anyone else says. He spoke so earnestly that Tomi couldn't help but smile even more. Okay, here we go, people. Get your best faces on. At Minorikawa's signal, everyone let out a joyous victory cry. Hey, look at this! Ah, it's adorable. Come on, guys, Suzumu shouted. Let's lift Achi up where everyone can see him. The members of SOS let out another roar. Huh? No, you don't gotta do that, guys. Hey, cut it out! But Achi had already been swallowed by the enthusiastic throng. Heave ho! Heave ho! Heave! Ho! Oh, oh, oh. There in the middle of the scramble, Achi was being hailed as a hero. Kano looked on with a satisfied smile. What they had achieved together was nothing less than a miracle. It had taken a lot of luck, and more than a few coincidences, for them to stop the bomb. Coincidences? Kano muttered to himself. No, that wasn't right. It just took many hours of gameplay. This is something different altogether. Fate, that's what it was. And not just one person's fate. The destinies of several people had collided, gathering momentum until coincidence became inevitability, and Shibuya was saved. The raucous crowd tossed Achi high into the air again and again. And yes, that is very true. Many, many, many explosions. As a plainclothes detective, Kano would probably never be showered with adulation quite like that. No, not enough explosions if you ask me. Well, that was alright. A detective's duty was to ensure the safety of the people. He didn't put his life on the line so that he could be a hero. Just seeing all the smiles, that was good enough for him. Kano only needed the approval of one person, and that was Rumi. Rumi, hope she managed to get out of Shibuya okay. Suddenly worried, Kano pulled out his cell phone. Oh, she's dead. There were a whole bunch of things he wanted to tell her. He couldn't share the whole story, police rules wouldn't allow it, but he wanted to let her know as much as he could. That the kidnapping case had been resolved safely, for instance. That he learned about the tortured past of the detective he so admired. That his partner was going to pull through. That he'd managed to finally talk to her father. That he'd put his life on the line to save Shibuya from danger. Rumi would listen quietly to the very end, and then, Kano thought, he knew just what she'd say. Short and sweet, in that gentle voice of hers. Good job. Aw, hell yeah. Find your favorite actor or actress. Oh, we get a fucking like a true anime end credits and subtitles. Are you finding him? There he is! There he is! Nasubi! Nasubi! I shouted him out for you. Okay, but here's the thing. There's still plenty of game left from what I... Oh. Is this Aya Kamiki? Oh, I'm probably gonna get content ID'd, aren't I? Ah, shit. Stream just shuts down. Yo, that's a good point. This will only, I will only, it's like played through a shitty cell phone, and then the van exploding. Oh, remember all these simpler moments in this game? Man. I haven't been paying attention to the translation of the song. I've just been bopping too hard to the actual song. Hit me with that chorus. So I don't know how this is going to present other stuff. I guess we'll see after the credits here. But I do know by my checklist that there are just 4 bad endings left. So we might go and just nab those and then go from there. I mean, I guess I can say something I've seen. Okay, so apparently there's some other, a couple little other storylines, apparently. Apparently there's a couple other endings and some conspiracy things, apparently. Apparently there's a pop quiz, which I don't even know what that means or what that's gonna be presented as. Because, of course, when you finish a multi-hour visual novel, of course the next thing you want to do is take a quiz on said novel. Alright, we'll see if you can ace the quiz. See if you can ace that quiz. All VODs open. Gordon and Alfred sat in the back seat as the car sped along the highway. Here. Gordon tossed the handcuff key into the seat beside him. What happened down at the Scramble? Alfred asked, picking up the key and unlocking her cuffs. Oh man, Leland Palmer was arrested by the Japanese police. I fucking knew. The moment fucking Gordon came and presented himself as a character and was like, we'll take it from here, I was immediately like, oh, she's gonna be let go. I was like, this is gonna be a thing, right? We get to the pop quiz and you have all the VODs open and you're like, oh, I think it's in this one, and we wait just for you to scrub through the whole VOD to find the answer. We'll just sit here for hours until you find it, and then you're like, oh shit, it's not in this one. Okay, I gotta go to this one. Leland Palmer was arrested by the Japanese police, and the bomb in the Itachi case was defused, apparently. Still, Palmer shouldn't pose a problem once we get him into CIA custody. I see. Much obliged. You really got yourself backed into a corner, though, didn't you? Gordon said. Yeah. I was only able to accomplish half of what I intended. Half? Alfred produced a vial from her pocket. It was filled with red liquid. The internet starts shitting out. Your computer's like starts like somehow like audio from like 5 of the VODs are playing at the same time, and it's all just like the minivan exploding at like different intervals, and you're just like, oh shit, how did I keep open up the same VOD every time? It was filled with red liquid. Is that Hitomi's blood? Gordon asked. Indeed, I managed to acquire the antiviral. But when? Gordon peered at her in bewilderment. When I blew up the minivan. In the dim light of the vehicle, Alfred's eyes shone darkly, like those of a wounded animal. Extracting the blood from Hitomi while she was unconscious had been a simple matter. Saving the girl's life had been more than just a means of ensuring her trust. Alfred had been looking for the right moment to carry out the extraction. Total secrecy was essential. If it became public knowledge that the drug existed, and that some of it had been stolen, the value of the virus would plummet. Our primary objective here is to destroy that research facility. Still, getting our hands on the antiviral is better than nothing. Well done as always, Alfred. Gordon's hard expression softened, but Alfred was in no mood to return his smile. If Maria Sawa had remained inside the facility, her plan would have succeeded. Everything else up until that point had gone off without a hitch. The one thing Alfred hadn't anticipated was Maria bringing the bomb outside. She had injected Maria with a knockout drug back at Endo Electronics that should have kept her from moving around for a while, even after she'd regained consciousness. And in any case, she wouldn't have expected the girl to just march into the midst of an armed standoff. She had been certain that Maria would never leave the lab. She had misjudged how strong the girl's feelings for Kanan were. Maria's body had been put into a state of torpor. There were a bunch of people pointing guns at each other, and still, she had been undeterred. Alfred's plan had hinged on Maria's relationship with Kanan, and ironically, that same relationship had made the plan fall apart. It was true that she'd accomplished half of her goals, but Alfred still couldn't shake her sense of failure. She softly bit her lip as she gazed out through the car window. The bright windows of a few buildings shone out in the midst of the otherwise darkened city. A group of tiny lights that refused to be washed out by the darkness. The darkness. The fucking end. The end. What the fuck? White bookmark. As if I know what that means. What? Whomst? You'll find a match soon. Huh? Huh? What is happening? Oh! Bonus content. Previews. Suzune preview. The 428 pop quiz. I can't with this game. Oh my god. Bonus content. Okay. Okay. Oh no. Let me... Oh, the white bookmark is just put there. The end. 46 hours, 27 minutes. I don't know if that's 100% accurate, but... Heartbeat of Spring. Oh my god, I'm actually crying a bit. Oh god. Oh, man. Ooh. What just happened? Oh my god. What happens when I click that here? Okay. Alright. Okay, there's a bonus button. A bonus button! Uh-oh. What? Who the fuck? Suzune? Mystery character? Alright. Okay. We need... No! That's such a good joke! Yes. The nobody form of Suzune. Let's see, how did you spell it? Uzuzune is how that would probably... Uzu, and then it would probably be like that soft X, like Zune. Uzuzune! Suzune's nobody. Without a heart. Oh. Yeah, you missed an S. Alright, okay. Okay, let's get some... Let's finish out the bad endings. Let's just knock it out. Like I said, it's 4 bad endings here, just at the final hour. We can do that. It can't be long. It shan't be long. And then, I'll go in whatever order you guys might want to see it. Do you want to do the pop quiz first? Do you want to do the Suzune thing? Do you, whatever else might possibly... Heartbeat of Spring, whatever that is? I'm down to clown. Anyway. Hey, I'll do Heartbeat of Spring. I hope it's just a love story. Alright, so 4 bad endings, and then we'll have hit every bad ending on stream as well. And then they go here. I'm trying to see if there's another. At a signal, the gang emerged from the crowd, but surrounded. Now the terrorist was visibly at a loss. Certainly don't look like police. You're right about that. I have a feeling these last 4 bad endings are all going to be very similar to things we've seen before, is the thing. All different, like, variations of him, like... If that makes sense. Oh, I should probably see if I need to pick a certain option here, don't I? Let me make sure I pick whatever. Okay, it did pick B. He doesn't really care if he survives. Oh no. Enough of the high and mighty act. Actually, something tells me all these 4 bad endings we're gonna see is all gonna end up as the thing exploding. And even if one of them broke. Oh, yeah, the PSN store, if you do it, like, on console, that search in the store sucks so bad. It is so bad. Damn it. Achi lunged in motion, ignoring the searing pain in his leg, but the falling vial was so far away. They were done for. He was sure of it. Oh, a pair of hands shot out and safely grabbed the falling vial. So I hope the next iteration of the PSN store on the next console is fixed. It was Kano. The tension drained from Achi's body. We did it. We didn't break a single one. Damn it, Kano cursed under his breath as he stared out into the throng. Oh, and then he just gets away. Alfred had disappeared. They hadn't been able to capture him after all, which meant they had lost their last chance to get the password for the lab. They hadn't just lost, they failed utterly. But we did everything we could have, right? We didn't make any wrong calls. We'll just have to leave everything to Kanan. Have to trust that she'll be able to save Maria. Achi stared up into the night sky, trying to reassure himself. Some of the things are depressing. I don't know if, Katie, especially if you had gone back and were able to see the VOD from last night earlier on. But there's like some things that reveal themselves if you then were sadistic enough to like replay the game or replay certain scenes and stuff. You're like, holy shit. Wild. Wild. Okay. 3 left. 77 is the next numbered one. I think I've got to reset this. Heartbeat of spring, man. That resets it, right? That was what I was supposed to do again. Okay. Oh, look at all this. Look at this. Madness. Okay, what was the time? What was the thumbnail here that I'm looking for? It's 1910. This. Pixie, I think, backs out and then goes to Achi. I have a feeling the thing's gonna explode. Then Achi turned to Kano's direction. Detective, he shouted. Kano was looking forward. Check, it's not the real Alfred. It's fake. A fake. No way. I don't believe it. Please, one more time, for old time's sake. Where could the bomb be hidden then? Achi scanned the area but didn't spot any place that seemed plausible. Then his eyes happened to alight on the touch case that Decoy had discarded. Could it be? No sooner had his suspicions been aroused that he heard Kano call out to him. Achi, it's in a minivan! Look for a minivan! A minivan? Alfred was going to use a minivan again. Now that he thought about it, Achi realized it made a certain amount of sense. So we had seen this ending from, again, Kano's perspective. Now we're just gonna see it explode from Achi's perspective. Explode that afternoon. Kanan had happened to show up when she had. Hitomi probably wouldn't have survived that first bomb. A lot of innocent people had been caught up in the blast as well. That was how big the explosion had been. If something like that had happened again here, in the middle of the scramble, they wouldn't be so lucky a second time. If there was a minivan explosion here now, Hitomi would be killed for sure. It would probably take out Susumu and the rest of the gang too, and even Achi himself. Anxiously, he took another look around. There were no minivans parked nearby, though. He did spot several minivans along one of the roads leading away from the scramble. Kano was rushing around, inspecting one vehicle after the other. Nobody move, Achi shouted to Hitomi and Susumu. There's a bomb planted in a car. Make sure you stay away from any vehicles. The others gathered wordly around him. Everyone but Kano, who continued his mad rush in search of the bomb. Achi went to go join him, but Hitomi grabbed hold of his arm. Achi! She shook her head. But I have to. A fierce shout interrupted him. Let me go! I can't be here right now! It was their captive, the decoy offered suddenly in an uproar. He was sweating profusely and his face had gone ghost white. Look, just run! Get away from this thing! That thing? Achi followed the decoy's gaze. Was that it? Was that where the bomb was planted? Nani? It all happened so quickly, Achi didn't even have time to issue a warning. No sooner had he located the bomb than he was blasted off his feet. Damn it. If only I'd noticed a little sooner. As he spiraled into an abyss of regret, Archie lost consciousness for the last time. $77. 2 more. And they may not be of the minivan exploding. I believe I'll have to reset again, as I love doing. A, correct, right? Yes, okay, cool. 78 and 79 are the last ones. Good old 78 and 79. And I'm just gonna be honest, they're apparently quite lengthy. Not super lengthy, but a little lengthy. So let's go. Let's go. Gotta pick B. Back out. Here. Apparently just go in. Cradled the bomb more tightly to his chest, huddling over it. What are you doing? Come with us. Hurry, screamed Kano. I don't know how powerful this bomb is, but please, God, let my body be enough to protect the people of Shibuya. And to protect Hitomi. Achi squeezed his eyes tightly shut. I'm sorry, Suzune. Looks like I won't be able to keep visiting you in the hospital anymore. You'll forgive me though, right? I stuck it through to the end, just like you told me to. I didn't call it quits partway through. And so whatever you do, you can't let that disease beat you. Don't you dare let it beat you. Achi drew a deep breath as he finished his solitary little prayer. He couldn't have more than a few seconds left to go. A firm hand grabbed hold of Achi's shoulder. Let go of the case, now! It was Kano. The hell are you doing, man? Why'd you come back here? Just come with me, we have to get out of here. Kano's grip didn't let up in the slightest. Look, you need to run, Achi shouted. I can't move. He clenched his jaw in frustration. It was all too crazy for him to think straight. They shouldn't even be having this argument when the bomb could explode at any moment. Oh, you've got to be kidding me, Kano growled in frustration. Okay, you can't move on your own, so I'm gonna help you move, and unless you want to kill me, unless you want to kill me too, you'd better cooperate. They didn't have much time left. Damn it, don't be a fool, man. Achi couldn't help but curse. A sharp pain shot through his limp right leg as he lurched to his feet. Kano shouted in his ear, Come on, run! Achi didn't have the luxury of thinking anymore, he just had to move his feet. Hitomi cried out from across the scramble. Achi. As the explosion tore through him. Jesus. He was glad that her voice was the last thing in this world he'd ever hear. And that was Achi's final thought. Okay, that actually probably was not as lengthy as I think, because I jumped directly to the thing that I did on here. I think I avoided quite a bit of stuff that we already... Okay. Reset that. Cool. Okay, this one might actually be lengthy, but we'll see. Oh, it has to do with the taxi driver, apparently? Oh my god. Okay. What the fuck's going on here? Okay, gotta go into a final request. The last bad ending. Take us to the labyrinth. Take us to the labyrinth. A complex series of passageways designed to be difficult or confusing to navigate. A maze. It will indeed be quite easy to get lost or disoriented in the place where Minorikawa was going, and where you're going too. But any maze can be solved with enough effort. All you need is perseverance and wit. Though taking frequent notes wouldn't hurt either. Best of luck. Oh, is this gonna do something here? The labyrinth in Ura Harajuku. Harajuku, you said. Kimazuka quirked an eyebrow. Is something the matter? No, nothing at all. Hurry up and get in. I have a feeling something weird's gonna happen here. As soon as Minorikawa and the others had climbed into the cab, Kimazuka tore off through Shibuya's network of narrow side streets. The passengers in the back seat jostled roughly back and forth to the sound of screeching tires. This is altogether far too excessive, Katayama murmured, wincing as his head bounced repeatedly against the window. To think we will allow such inconsiderate driving here in this country. Chiaki, meanwhile, had opened her laptop and was somehow working furiously to finish her copy. The sound of her fingers clicking across the keys echoed within the vehicle. I'm curious, what does this look like? Okay. How's it going, Chiaki? Minorikawa asked. Just a little more. Her eyes were glued to her monitor, her face all seriousness. Kimazuka glanced over at Minorikawa. If I may ask, sir, what business do you have at this labyrinth? Just a little interview. I hear a local gang called SOS uses the place as their big hangout. You're interviewing SOS? Sir, I feel it might be best not to get too involved with that lot. There's something about the driver's warning that seemed a little off. Do your taxi driver connections tell you what SOS is up to? Minorikawa asked. Originally they were something of a vigilante corps, but in the name of keeping the neighborhood clean and safe, but lately, I hear nothing but bad things about them. Those loan sharks had said something very similar. Oh, Minorikawa reminded himself that he'd better be on his guard. Katsuyama chimed in. And just how do you plan to go about interviewing a gang like this? That's nothing for you to worry about. I have a plan. Oh-ho! And just what exactly is this plan? It's a secret. Katsuyama gave him a derisive grin. Clearly, he wasn't impressed. Minorikawa turned to look at Chiaki. She appeared too engrossed in her copy to even hear the conversation. I realize this is for work, Kimazuka said worriedly, but do you really need to take such risks? Yes, I do. Minorikawa thought back to that look on Toyama's face. That look when he finally regained his confidence. He couldn't let Heaven Publishing go under. Toyama provided the canvas on which Minorikawa shared his art with the world. Thinking about it now, Minorikawa realized he'd always been chasing Toyama's shadow. Though it was galling to admit that man had been the ideal Minorikawa strove to live up to. That was why he hated seeing Toyama reduced to such a pathetic state. He wanted Toyama to remain indomitable, to keep busting down any and all obstacles in his own peculiar way. Still, Minorikawa wasn't about to voice these feelings aloud. He felt more than a little embarrassed to be taking it all so personally. When you take on a job, you give it 100% every time. That's what makes you a professional, he said. Wouldn't you agree? I do indeed, Katsuyama chimed in, but you'll have to demonstrate that 100% in the limited time you have left, which, by the way, is 51 minutes and 30 seconds, and I will not budge in the slightest on that submission deadline. Please do keep that in mind. The man took another look at his watch. I've got half a mind to break that thing, Minorikawa told him. Breaking my watch will not stop time. Minorikawa shot him a furious glare. Katsuyama's composure was unwavering. The guy was inflappable, and the only way Minorikawa was going to be able to put him in his place was to meet his damn deadline. Easier said than done, though. He'd want to use 30 of the 51 minutes he still had to write his article. It only left him 20 or so to get the material. Kimazuka suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the cab skidded to a halt. Minorikawa stared through the windshield in shock and saw a smallish, boxy minivan weaving erratically along the road. "Whoa, look out, that thing's heading our way!" "Don't worry, sir," the driver replied, "just leave this to me." Keeping his cool, Kimazuka dexterously steered them clear of the oncoming vehicle. As the minivan sped past, an eerily cold breeze wafted over the taxi. It's the ice thing. What the heck was that? Minorikawa asked. "I'm not sure," Kimazuka said. "But let's hurry on our way." Nimbly manipulating the gear stick, he stomped on the gas once more. What is this labyrinth? Here we are, sir. Nice inferno. They pulled up outside of a dilapidated old pool hall. Thought we were going to, You're a lifesaver. Minorikawa clapped a hand on Kimazuka's shoulder. "Just be sure to be careful, sir." Minorikawa nodded. "Huh? What?" Chiaki asked, looking up. "What are we being careful about?" "Nothing," Minorikawa said. "You just wait here in the car. You still got that copy to finish up, yeah?" Well, yes. Alright then." Chiaki frowned, but resumed her typing. "And you wait here too," Minorikawa said to Katsuyama. "But of course, that goes without saying. Incidentally, you have 49 minutes and 6 seconds remaining." Minorikawa did some quick mental math. Yep, mental math. With the half hour he'd already set aside, left him 19 minutes. However dangerous SOS might be, he couldn't afford to hesitate for even a single second. Bracing himself, he stepped out of the taxi and headed for the pool hall. Phew! Minorikawa took a deep breath as he approached the grimy door. "Here goes." He drew his leg back and gave the door a hearty kick. What the heck? What is this place? Oh my god! Minorikawa had come to a pitch-black void. A cold wind blew from deep within the darkness, carrying with it the sound of a bestial roar. "It almost looks like a dungeon of some sort," Minorikawa said. "Well, I anticipated this much." He pulled a fountain pen from his pocket. "It's no good bringing your gear with you if you don't actually equip it," he said. Pen clutched firmly in his right hand, he strode boldly into the darkness. Oh, a branching path, huh? He'd been walking for some time now. Up ahead, there was a T that led both left and right. Left? And that sign there looks pretty important. Minorikawa peered closely at the 4 lines written there. "The honest one tells no lies. A liar never tells the truth. 1 is honest, 2 are liars. See if you can find what's true." Yee-hee-hee, riddle me 3. This is some janky shit, man. Aha, seeking the truth, huh? That's something I can get fired up about. Minorikawa decided to... But what? Oh, I can't even scroll. You say to the left? Left? I'll let the video catch up. And then... Left, he says again. Hard left. You better not have the answers pulled up or something here. After making his way along a chilly passage, he emerged into a chamber of about 10 square meters. A blue cat. This is just bonkers, man. A blue cat wore a white sign around its neck. I think you had said left before you even saw that there was a left or right choice, though. What am I looking at? I'm black and white. What's that all about? The blue cat's heavy head wobbled as it answered Munurakawa's inquiry. It's a hint. A hint saying that whatever it is black and white. I get it. So by getting hints like this, I'll eventually be able to solve some riddle and win the challenge. Ahaha, no questions, please. All you get is what's written here. Now go forth. Okay, blue cat, I'm black and white. Is that it? Wouldn't we normally have a battle here? No, that's not my thing. It would only make me hungry. Besides, that weapon of yours is too flimsy. Munurakawa stuffed his favorite pen back into his pocket. A pen is best used as a pen, the blue cat said. But more importantly, the cat lowered its voice. There's a liar in here. A liar? Yes, of course, I would never tell a lie. But everything the red cat says is untrue. Oh, it's gonna be one of these fucking things, man. The red cat is a liar. Yeah, a bold-faced liar. The boldest-faced of all. Boldest-faced, huh? Keep careful notes with that pen of yours and carry on. Oh, it's like making a hint that I should be writing notes. Oh, God! I mean, no, I've got viewers. They'll keep this all straight. Okay. You first called for the challenge of the pop quiz. Now can you, before that, get the challenge of the liars? How many liars did it say? There was 2 liars and 1 truther? Truther. And with that, the blue cat scampered off down the passageway. Munurakawa followed in the same direction. No, you said you're the thinker. No. So he came to a dead end. There was a large hole in the floor. A ladder extended through the darkness. There appeared to be no other way to continue. Munurakawa headed down. Oh, you said is not prepared. Yeah, you said is. You said you are prepared for this level of thinking. From the bottom of a long ladder, another passageway stretched out. Munurakawa squinted, but it was too dark to see how far the tunnel might go on. He could still turn back, but it wasn't the Munurakawa way to bail out after coming so far. He walked onward, never looking back. After a while, he reached another T, a choice of left and right again. Munurakawa went... Alright, direction taker. Left! There's a left! I see left first. I click left. I'm a simple man. Meow! This time, it was the green cat that awaited him in the room at the end of the tunnel. As before, it wore a sign around its neck. Munurakawa read the sign, or message. I'm sweet. So it's edible then. He jotted down the words on the palm of his hand. You got that? Yeah, you got that. Later then. As the cat started to leave, Munurakawa called out, Wait, hold on. The cat stopped. What is it? The blue cat told me something earlier. It said the red cat is a liar. Oh yeah? Is that true? Everything the blue cat says is a lie. Oh, it is one of these puzzles, man. Yeah, I'm high right now. We need to use our combined brain power to solve one of those, there's 2 people telling lies and one telling the truth. It's one of those puzzles, apparently. Okay, let's be honest. There are multiple times throughout this playthrough that I felt like I was high. So, I mean, everything the blue cat says is a lie. You mustn't believe it. The only one who speaks the truth is me, the green cat. Now, okay, so blue cat called red cat a liar. Green cat calls blue cat a liar. You just gotta find the contradiction. That's what these puzzles are about. Remember that, okay? So, so far, it's been blue cat calls red cat a liar. Green is calling blue a liar. If green was calling blue a liar, and if blue was a liar, then that means red is telling the truth. But they said at the beginning that only one cat is telling the truth. So then that can't be true, because then you're saying that the green one's telling the truth and the red one's telling the truth. So then it's got to be blue is telling the truth, red is a liar, green is a liar, right? Are we on the same page here? Blue is telling the truth. Blue said the truth when they said red's a liar. Green's also a liar, because you couldn't be also, you can't, if we're believing... I'm catching up here. Does what I say make sense? So it seems, unless there's another thing thrown into this, that's gonna be the answer here. Is that because of the sign we saw at the beginning that said, unless I'm mistaken what that said, I'm pretty sure it said there's two liars, one truth, and you couldn't have the green telling the truth, because then that would be meaning that the red's also telling the truth, and then that immediately breaks the puzzle. There's no directions right now, Gage. Just before it vanished from sight, it appeared to stumble over something and nearly fell. Wait, then the green cat pointed and winked at Minorca for dashing jauntily off down the passageway. Truthers don't wink. That's another giveaway. I'd die in law school. Minorca forged on, following after it. Alright, another ladder. He came to the dead end. There was a large hole in the floor. A ladder extended down through the darkness. There appeared to be no other way to continue. It was practically begging him to climb down it. So in theory, if we meet the red cat here, and we're right, and this game isn't just fucking with us, which is a possibility, the thing the red thing says should fit into whatever other things we've established, and it should be a liar. Because the blue would be telling the truth. From the bottom of the long ladder, another passageway stretched out. Minorca squinted, but it was too dark to see how far the tunnel might go on. He was starting to think it might be a good idea to turn back, but he could bear to give up now. He walked onward, never looking back. Down? No, left or right. After a while, he reached another T, a choice of left and right again. A sweet-smelling aroma wafted in from the passageway to the left. Sweet-smelling aroma to the left. Wasn't the one saying, the green cat saying that it's sweet? Is that what it's trying to say something about? And if the green cat's a liar, then wouldn't we not smell sweet to the left? Is this going to be some other bullshit thing? This is, they have this section of the game bookmarked, and then when you're a kid in elementary school and you're testing to be a gifted student, they're like, here you go. Okay, Minorca went, you're saying left again? Left again? A sweet-smelling aroma wafted in from the passageway to the left. If green's saying they're sweet, if we're assuming that has any, if I'm assuming that has anything to do with that. All right, intuition's never wrong. So we went left. Following the fragrant aroma, Minorca arrived at a small room. What the fuck? A chicken was standing there, grilling up some rice cakes. It had arranged them on a grill over a charcoal brazier and was using a brush to coat them in oil. They look delicious. Minorca swallowed, his mouth watering. Hey, mind if I have one of those? He asked. The chicken gave a nod. If you have some seaweed to wrap them in, they're ready to eat, but... Minorca took a look around. If someone was cooking rice cakes in a dreary place like this, it seemed reasonable to expect a shelf or something with some seaweed nearby. After all, there was a charcoal grill set up and everything. He soon caught a whiff of the scent of the seashore. Where was the smell coming from? There wasn't any sort of shelf, After a moment, he realized that the aroma was coming from the walls themselves. He reached out to touch one and felt the telltale coarse texture of dried nori. I see. Yeah, this is totally normal, man. This is a totally normal game. This has been a totally normal series. Nothing weird has ever happened in this whole series. These black walls are the seaweed. Now it made sense that the chicken had come to a place like this in order to grill up some rice cakes. Minorikawa grabbed at the edge of one wall and peeled a piece off. But then the entire wall began to shake. Its structural integrity was compromised. Whoa, what gives? What's going on? A section of wall toppled toward Minorikawa. It was heavy. Far heavier than seaweed ought to be. Then the other walls began to collapse in around him. Whoa! Couldn't we just go... Don't return to surface. Okay, let's go... What the heck? What is this place? Can I fast forward at all? Oh, I cannot. Oh! Alright, guys. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay. We go. We can't fast forward, unfortunately. Let's try. Let's not do left 3 times. Okay, we can reread the sign. He'd been walking for some time, and that sign looks pretty important. Minorikawa peered closely at the 4 lines written there. The honest one tells no lies. A liar never tells the truth. 1 is honest, 2 are a liar. 2 are a liars. See if you can find what's true. Should I just go? Should I assume that if I see the kitties, that's a good path? Should I go left, left, right, not get caught by a chicken that's cooking some chicken or something? Because then I'd pull the wall, and that's no good. Okay, this is all staying the same. Okay, I think blue... No. Why would blue be a liar? Blue's telling the truth, we said. Are you trying to confuse me on purpose? Why would blue be a liar? Oh! I'm totally fucking ignoring the sign. Hey! Okay, let's get into a philosophical debate then. What if you're not lying if you just don't know what the colors black and white are? What if you're like, yeah, to me, that I'm black and white, and that you just think is what black and white is, you know? Do we have to ask how this blue cat was raised? We have to, maybe they're weirdly colorblind, you know? Yeah, exactly. We don't... Who am I to assume? Many animals, I believe. I mean... Cats are just small dogs. That's the line of the stream. Cats are just small dogs, man. I didn't even... Did you guys catch that the thing, the sign said I'm black and white? What if... Big brain here. What if it's not the cat saying I'm black and white? What if it's the sign saying it's black and white? Which it is, in fact, black and white. The cat's just holding the sign. The cat might not be saying that. The cat's... By holding a sign, are you immediately always agreeing upon... Oh, shit, I hit the mic. Oh, that probably sounded terrible. Oh, God, I'm waving my arms like a madman because I think I'm fucking Sherlock Holmes over here. Oh, my God. That sounded bad in my ears. Sorry about that. I'm fucking falling apart here on stream. Live. Holding signs does not equal endorsement. That's what I'm saying. What if the sign possibly has its own sentience, you know? I guess what I'll be able to solve here is if we go left, left, right, and then that last right also doesn't produce a good result, then we're safe to assume that just because we're heading down doesn't mean it's necessarily good. To the left. To the left. Everything you own in a box to the left. Meow. Okay. Do we also... Okay, so if you want to get into the technicalities that the blue cat's holding the I'm white and black sign, do you think this cat thinks they're actually sweet? Is sweet, are they saying as like the like personality wise they're sweet? Are they sweet as in like, you know, taste wise? Is this labyrinth intentionally screwy just to fuck with the player? That's what we got. That we're getting to the real questions here, guys. You're very convinced that this cat is lying. Also, the sign just said there are 3 liars. It didn't say there are there are 2 liars and 1 truth saying thing. It didn't say that there were 3 cats necessarily. What if the chicken is included in this group of 3? What if the blue cat saying the red cat's a liar? What if there isn't a red cat? What if the sign itself has the ability to lie? We're cracking this case open, man. By the end of tonight, we'll be able to solve any puzzle the world can present us, you know? And I must remind you, this is all just to get the final ending. The final bad ending, apparently. The chicken was just at a dead end, just making food. Oh, I clicked too fast? Oh, my bad. I forgot. I knew that I was delaying like long enough. I was like, this might be a thing. Green says B is a liar. Oh my god. This is like this eerily different thing happening, but I remember back when I was doing the Bloodborne playthrough way back in the day, and I would, Bloodborne Fridays, and it was like, oh, you're playing Bloodborne on a Friday after a long week of work, and like my mind would just like, again, different skill being tested, but it's the same sense of like hopelessness where sometimes you're just like, oh no, we're not going left again. You don't want to see this again. Stop, you anarchist. Right. After walking down a stretch of dreary passages, he arrived at another small room. I'm thinking left. I didn't see the I'm thinking left part first. After walking down a stretch of dreary passages, he arrived at another small room. Silence, complete and utter. There isn't anyone here. He scanned the surrounding darkness, but saw no sign of anyone lurking nearby. Well, if anybody was there, nobody was there. If nobody was there, nobody's there, Minorukawa decided to press on. Then a voice called out from behind him. Please, wait up! Fuck, man. What the fuck is going on, man? Okay. Woo, sorry about that. Didn't mean to keep you waiting. The red cat came rushing in. My apologies. I'm not such a great runner. And the cat smiled and jiggled its chubby tummy. So yeah, I'm the honest red cat. When I meet someone for the first time, I say nice to meet you. Did it say nice to meet you? If I've already met them, I say hello. I can't remember if I've met them. If I can't remember if I've met them, I fall back on nice weather we're having. No! We can't take their personalities into if they're telling a truth, being honest or a liar. Good personality people can be the biggest liars this world contains, you know? I have 4 legs, the sign says. Minorukawa read the words written on the cat sign. I have 4 legs. Got it. Once he jotted down the hint, Minorukawa slipped around the red cat and started down the passageway beyond. Oh, are you leaving already? The red cat called after him. Yeah, I've already seen the hint. Won't you take it a little bit easier? How come? Is there some sort of problem? No, it's not that. Well, there's no problem. Minorukawa headed onward. The red cat hurriedly caught up and made its way past him, holding its big head and its belly as it ran on into the darkness. Okay, Minorukawa came to a dead end. There's a large hole in the floor, and naturally there was a ladder. Minorukawa headed down as a matter of course. I don't know. What's gonna end up being the better thing? This or the spring, whatever it called. A spring of love, or... fuck if I remember what it's called. At the bottom of the absurdly long ladder was, as expected, another long, narrow passageway. No longer harboring any thought of turning back, Minorukawa pressed onward. Are all 3 cats gonna be there? Oh, no! Thank you, yes. Current location, bottom floor 4. This is like a dungeon crawler. After some distance, he arrived at a 4-way intersection. A breeze was blowing from the passageway to the right. We're gonna have to, like, remember. If this goes on for much longer, we're gonna have to, like, remember the paths we took. So, left, right. A breeze was blowing from the passageway to the right. Minorukawa went... I don't know. I feel like if we go right, then that's bad, because the breeze probably is a bad thing. I mean, we saw that last time when the chicken... 3 options, too much. The master direction taker has been thwarted. I'm going straight. Fuck it. No! Straight. You said straight after I'd already picked. We're on the same wavelength here. Ah, you're back again. No, Red Cat! Red Cat, no! How do I know if you live in Africa? He'd arrived at yet another room, and the Red Cat stood there, panting heavily. Norikawa read the words written on its sign. I live in Africa, huh? No need to worry. The Red Cat only ever tells the truth. You seem to be in pretty bad shape there. The cat broke out in a little coughing fit. Well, anyway, Norikawa said, guess I'd better move along. But as he began to head down the passageway, the Red Cat hurried to bar his path. What is it? Oh, nothing in particular. Could you please get out of my way then? How come? Because I need to get going? Where are you going? Onward from here. Oh, I see. The Red Cat frowned and clicked its tongue. Did you just click your tongue at me? Of course not. The Red Cat turned and hurried away, coughing intermittently and shooting resentful looks over its shoulder as it went. Norikawa followed in the same direction. There's yet another hole in the floor. Sick of having to deal with ladders, Norikawa just jumped straight down. He landed with an elegant flourish, like a gymnast finishing a routine. Got a liar. He had to fall in a few dozen meters. After some distance, he arrived at a four-way intersection. Norikawa could hear feline mewling coming from the passageways to the left and right. Oh boy, I'm not writing any of these things down. All I've got are you guys and my tight-locked brain. Nothing escapes this brain here. Nothing except the fact that I forgot the sign at the beginning said that the cat was black and white. Wait, streamer's lying. What did I say? We can't have a mutiny here. We can't let this game divide us, guys. We can't let... No. Mewling coming from the passageways to the left and right. He went... I went... Right it is. If it's fucking red... He soon came to a small room and found the blue cat there. Read closely. Written here is the truth. Norikawa looked at the sign. I'm sorry, just what the heck is this? It's the truth. This is... That's right. Okay, but I have no clue what it's supposed to mean. Stop your yapping and just note it down. Norikawa did as he was told. Copying the crude sketch onto the palm of his hand. It's Doraemon. No. Hold it right there, Buster, the blue cat snapped. What's the deal with that scribble? Scribble? Don't you go drawing garbage like that. Not after I've gone to such effort to share the truth with you. Hey, I just drew the same thing you've got drawn on there, Norikawa replied. Don't you give me that, you punk. Look closer. You'll see that right here I've... Oh, whoops. The blue cat quickly withdrew to a dark corner of the room and began erasing the picture on the board. Yikes, this is something I just scribbled down to kill some time earlier. Give me a sec. Norikawa waited while the blue cat sat down to write its message. It spoke each letter aloud as it wrote, making the whole process rather slow. Finally, the cat sprang back to its feet. Now, read this. I don't have hair. That's the truth. You got that? Yeah? Yeah, sure. Make sure to note that down now. I'm gonna have weird dreams tonight. Minorikawa jotted the words on his palm. Oh, and don't let yourself get tricked by the red cat. See ya! The blue cat vanished down the passageway, and Minorikawa forged onward. There was a hole in the floor, so Minorikawa dived through it. I gotta be honest, I don't think I'm even hitting the last of Us 2. I totally even forgot about that. After falling for better part of... who knows? I don't know. After falling for better part of a minute, he landed on the floor below and set off briskly down the corridor that stretched before him. Hey, looks like you finally made it. A brown cat. Orange cat. It was a brown cat who greeted him at the next room. Congratulations! Bowed repeatedly in satisfaction. Oh, I made it through already? That was easier than I expected. The cat let out an amused snort. Its long whiskers bobbed about gracefully. Now then, based on the hints you've gathered, you need to answer my final questions, it said. Alright, chat. We're gonna pool our brain sources here. And we've got this. We've got this. We've came so far. We couldn't... We can't have come this far and fuck up. Okay, I'm so scared. My heart's actually pounding. I'm gonna be so pissed. You need to answer my final questions, it said. Are you ready? Sure thing. Once you've given me an answer, you can't change it. Alright? And there's only one correct answer. Only one. Are you ready? Given the hints from the honest cat, what is the answer to the question, who am I? What does that mean? Given the hints from the honest cat, what cat... Okay. Oh, this all makes sense now. Okay. So what cat was honest? And then the hints it had, what is this? The question, who am I? Are you fucking kidding me? I can't. I don't know what to pick. I don't know. I don't even know. I don't even know what these mean. I don't even know what this game thinks it is when it just presents one actual word and then a bunch of other choices that are all question marks. No. No, we're not. Oh. Wait. Holy shit, did you see that? Damn it! I didn't realize that's what it meant. I didn't think that when I scroll down, I can't go back up. I did not put that together, that it was hover when you're hovering it. Oh no. I'm so fucking pissed right now. I can't scroll up. Okay. You know what? You know what? I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I can keep going down, I assume. But if I go down, I'm... Well, obviously, we lost A, B, and C. I don't even remember what flashed at B and C. But A was a lion, we can't pick it. B and C, we can't pick. So, what it's like, I cannot press up. That is, the game, it said, you know, you can't, I assume that's what the cat meant. Once you pick an answer, you can't go back. But that wasn't worded good. And have no hair, said by Blue, but which cat was telling the truth? How are we assuming what cat was telling the truth? Oh, by my thing earlier? Are we going back to my first logical thing? So we're forgetting the white and... Oh my god. My memory is shot, dude. What cat are we saying was telling the truth? What was even the color of the one that I was saying was telling the truth? Are we passing on Othello pieces? Othello pieces are black and white. Can I keep... Okay. D does not look so good. D... Othello if Blue is honest. But when I was spouting the other thing and then you guys were like, oh, but the thing was holding the... I was saying red was honest, wasn't I? And then you guys were like, no, because of the sign. But you guys mistakenly were taking the sign as like what the cat was saying, but it was all to this end puzzle thing. Othello if Blue is honest. But I don't know. I honestly thought you guys were gonna keep this. I was just the dude clicking the buttons. I honestly thought you guys were solving this puzzle for me. I'm going to go down another peg. A penguin. A penguin. So a penguin would mean that if red was being honest, and whatever the thing about the hair, I don't fucking know. That isn't hair. So this would be if red was being honest. That's still blue? Oh. I've lost all sense of... Are we picking penguin? Or do you want me... We've only have two more choices. And it's basically the thing where, like, you scroll... Once you scroll to the bottom, whatever's on that bottom one, you're picking. Blue said, black, white, have no hair. You know what? Penguin! Penguin? Final answer? Do we trust blue? I'm hovering over the X. The cross. Also, who is the honest one? I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. Go! So, blue? Huh? Whoa! All of a sudden, a trap door opened beneath Minoricaw's feet, and he plummeted down the hole. let me see something here really quick. Because I have a hunch that to get the bad ending, yeah, that's what I thought. You can essentially accept defeat. And that's the last bad ending. You're wondering if you kept going down, it would allow me to go back to option A? I don't think so. That seems like that's defeating then because if you could, then why would it even in the first place make it a thing for me not to scroll just back up? Okay, but here's the thing. We've gotten all the bad endings. I'm determined to figure out this labyrinth thing. I'm gonna be really honest right now. I'm gonna be really honest. I'm actually... But now we know. Now we know. Oh, shit, fuck. Wait, is the minivan blue? The vehicle is being driven by members of the Wandering Angels theater troupe. They're on their way to return the dry ice machine they used in their performance and electronics. The machine is malfunctioning, continually spitting out white plumes of carbon dioxide. Troop members inside the van. 1 million troops. Members inside the van are beginning to suffer from oxygen deprivation and are driving around Shibuya in a daze. Will they be able to make it to Endo Electronics in the end? Okay, so you're assuming if we pick other directions, there aren't just going to be fail states? Because that's also going to be upsetting. Okay, but we at least know what kind of puzzle's at the end. I think if we're smart, we could solve this. We could do this in one go. Now, Gage brings up a good point. It does suck that I guessed on trying to get it correctly. And, we didn't see what the last two options were or whatever, or what technically B or C is, because it will flash by so quick. The other thing is are we assuming that all the answers, like, doesn't get reset at all? Like, nothing potentially gets reset, if that makes sense. I wish I could fast fucking forward, dude. That's not what I meant to put. Yeah, it's not gonna let me. Okay, but yeah, we can take different paths. Man, screw The Last of Us 2. We've got dungeon puzzles. Minorikawa takes some shrooms simulator. I was about to ask, okay, what directions are the new paths, but we would be able to know because they're colored, like they're not picked. Branching path. Alright. Okay, so we not only have to keep track of what they're saying, but also what cats are the truth and the liars, which is crazy. Because you could get then the word, the object correct, and then still get the cat wrong, and you would not know. It essentially multiplies, you know, the choices, which is, what was it, 6 or 7, and then by 3 cats. So then technically it's like 21 choices after running through all this dungeon thing, assuming you also don't hit a bad ending, like a dead end, like a fucking chicken. We could be doing this for hours, guys. After making his way along a chilly passage, he emerged into a chamber of about 10 square meters. A green cat wore a white sign around its neck. What I was trying to say is not that the puzzle resets, but the final answer wouldn't change depending on what signs and cats you see, if that makes sense. Which I wouldn't think it would, because that would be really fucking difficult, but it would also be sadistic if the final answer changed depending on what cats you just happened to run across. Green cat saying, "I have whiskers. What's that all about?" The green cat grinned proudly at Minorikawa's inquiry. "It's a hint," cat said, saying that whatever it is has whiskers. I see. So by getting hints like this, I'll eventually be able to solve some riddle and win the challenge? Ahaha, I can't answer any questions. All you get is what's written here. Now proceed. I don't need to fight you or anything. Nothing of the sort. I'm not much into pain, really. Instead, I'll leave you with a warning. The green cat lowered its voice. There's a liar in here. A liar? Yes, the blue cat is a liar. Only the green cat tells the truth. Okay, so it's these extra little bonusy hint things that determine who's going to be telling the truth. I hope, Dis, you're taking very good notes. Okay, cool. Blue cat is a liar. Keep that in mind and be on your way. You mustn't believe what the blue cat tells you. Alrighty then, see ya. So green thinks blue's a liar. And with that, the green cat scampered off down the passage. I'll be curious to see here if we've already picked a different choice, if then our next choice are 2 completely unpicked options, or if every time you head down a ladder it kind of like resets. Guess we'll find out here. After a while, we reached another T. Minorikawa, yeah, these are all completely different. Apparently. Allegedly. Let's go right again. Right. Hello. This time, in the room at the far end of another long straight passage, you found a red cat waiting. This one, likewise, had a sign around its neck. Minorikawa read its message. I'm a fast runner. Huh? Took his pen back out and jotted down the words on the palm of his hand. Have you got that? The red cat asked. Yeah, you got it. Anyway, I'm off. Wait, hold on. The cat stopped. The green cat earlier told me something. It said the blue cat is a liar. Ah, is that so? So what about you then? I only speak the truth. Okay, so here I feel like we could fight with even just those 2 things. We could solve who's the liar, who's the one truth and 2 liars. If red says they're the truth, right? Then that would mean that, again, the cat we saw just earlier, green, right? Green would be a liar, and they're calling the blue a liar, so then you would reverse it and tell them the truth, and that would leave 2 truths, and you can't have 2 cats telling truth. So, red's a liar. Red's at least a liar. No. Yes. Red's a liar. You're saying I'm making the fallacy? Because... fiddling with a pen. Depends on who you believe first. Really? Am I dumb? I'll fully admit, me totally could be dumb. I could be the dumbest person in the room right now. Okay, I get that. I get what you're saying there. I'm just saying, if we're working with the constraints of that there can only be one person telling the truth, if we're to believe that the red cat is telling the truth, then immediately that would knock the other two cats as liars. And then, if the one cat that we just spoke to before the red one, which was green... Also, I'm getting colors mixed in my head, which is just really fucked about this whole situation. I'll just continue then. I'll trust that I'm being the slow one between the three of us. Really? Whether you believe that or not is up to you. Anyway, I'm off. Using its paws to hold up its floppy belly, the red cat scampered off. Noricol followed in the same direction. He came to a dead end. There was a large hole. I go down the hole. The hole is shaped for me. Draw I reach another T. Left to right. I'm gonna go left. After walking down a stretch of dreary passages, a small room, silence, complete. Is anyone here? Scan surrounding, no one lurking. Well, if nobody's there, nobody's there. Then a voice called out from behind. Wait up. It's the cat with saying 4 legs. Sorry about that, didn't mean to keep you waiting. Red cat came rushing in. My apologies, I'm not such a great runner. Cat smiled and jiggled its chubby tummy. So yeah, I'm the honest red cat. When I met someone for the first time, I say nice to meet you. If I've already met them, I say hello. If I can't remember if I've met them, I fall back on nice weather we're having. Red's lying. He said hello before? Okay, so we're in agreement. The red's lying. I have 4 legs. Got it. Okay, so we can, if we're again assuming then the multiple choice question at the end. There was the lion. The lion was the first option. Lying lion. 4 legs. Lions have 4 legs. It would not be lion. We also know red's a liar. We're assuming. And from Africa. I forgot about the Africa thing. Who would have assumed that this game would take this kind of turn? Who? Making me rack my brain as I'm just feeling very inadequate and dumb. Three options. Breeze was blowing from the passageway to the right. Basically, yeah. Basically. So here's where I'm scared. It says a breeze was blowing from the passageway to the right. I don't want to go right or necessarily left and hit like a thing that makes us reset this whole thing. That's the scary thing. So left could give us another hint. Straight ahead we know is not a dead end, like a game over. And then right might be sketchy as well. Do you see what I'm saying? Do I go with the surefire straight ahead? Or do I go right or left? Doesn't take much to get back. Oh, good job on making it this far. It was the green cat. And the white sign around its neck read, I'm yellow. Huh, well, may as well note that down, I guess. Norikawa grumbled quietly as he did so. When he looked up, the green cat was giving him a pouty stare. Hey, what gives? It asked. What's with the attitude? Huh? You don't think I'm being helpful? No, not especially. Not especially. Seriously? Ugh. You don't think I'm some no-good liar, do you? Aren't you a liar, though? My, how disrespectful, and after all I've done to give you good info. Well, that's it. I quit. Green cat out. What do you mean, good info? Nope, too late, man. I ain't telling you nothing. You get jack squat now. Wow. You're pretty pissed off, huh? Harumph! Go ahead and let that lying blue cat deceive you, for all I care. So green is calling blue a liar, which would be true if green cat is speaking the truth. I guess. I don't think anything revelatory was there. Called blue a liar every time. Hippity hopped away. What the heck? Norikawa, it's a cat, not a rabbit. What was the sign that the green one just held? Say? Because now I'm starting to think the green's true. Good cat. I'm yellow. Okay. I don't know what Othello pieces are. I know it's like, isn't that a board game of some sort? I don't fucking know, though. After a while, we reached another. Could your feline mewling coming from the passageway to the left? He went... They're black and white. Okay, let's go left then. In the next room, the red cat stood, slumped and wheezing. The writing on the sign around its neck looked like scrawling worm tracks. To the pieces of fur. Hey there, cat rasped. What does that actually say on your sign? I mean, I can't read it, is all. Cat peered at him dazedly. It seemed utterly exhausted. Carnivorous. The word came out as a reedy little whimper. Carnivorous. Huh? Say that again? Carnivorous. Carnivorous. Alright. As in something that eats meat. The red cat nodded. So should I take that as I'm carnivorous then? The cat shook its head slightly. But it's referring to an animal that eats meat, yeah? The cat said nothing. Right. I've got it. You don't need to say anything else. Not one to prolong the labored conversation any further, Norikawa quietly slipped away. There's a hole in the floor, so Norikawa dived through it. After falling for a better part of a minute, he landed on the floor and set off briskly. Hey, looks like you finally made it. Alright, guys. Yeah, review your notes. Hints you gather, you need to answer my final questions. Are you ready? Once you've given me an answer, you can't change it. Alright? There's only one correct answer. Only one. Are you ready? Given the hints from the honest cat, what is the answer to the question, who am I? Okay, a lion is the first thing again. You think Red's a liar. What makes you think Green is a liar? Oh, and also you can see E's now blacked out. If Red is lying, it's not a lion. Oh, that's a good point. We should just scroll past lion to see what the next thing is, and we can assume then. Corn. Corn. Because Red agreed that with Green, that Blue was a liar. And we know that Red is a liar, so... Yellow and sweet and has whiskers. That's another good line of the stream. Would you say corn has whiskers? I mean... Does corn have whiskers? Green said, I'm yellow, I have whiskers, I'm yellow. Husky bits are whiskery. Do we want to see the third option? We know what the fourth option is. We know Othello piece is D. We don't know then what F and G are. That's basically what we gotta decide. Do we want to go corn? Do we want to see what C says? And then if it's not C, then we could be like, alright, we're pretty sure it's not D, then we're scrolling to F and then possibly G. Can we beat the labyrinth on our second run through? It's gotta be a choice. You're the one with the notes here. You want to know C? We ruled out the Othello pieces because Green said it's yellow, right? Are we on the same page that we think Green's the truth? A newspaper. A newspaper. See, I was under the assumption that I thought we were saying Green was true. You're only saying Red's a liar. Damn. Are we going to F then? Or are we picking D? Oh, God. A banana. Does banana have whiskers? A banana. Guys, well, we're choosing the second banana. Who's the honest one? Okay, so if we're choosing banana, whose answers would fit with banana? Green. With whiskers. Alright. Do you think we can solve it in a third go, or should I just look up the answer? Alright. Alright. I don't trust you. I don't trust that at all. I don't think it's as easy as... Which, oh, okay, so on these ones where we've picked both options, should I just... Yeah, we've come this far. Sunken cost fallacy. We have to figure it out now. Could take us another 4 hours. Also, this just solidifies why Minorikawa is the best character in my head. I have whiskers. What's that all about? Okay, here's my thing. We could deduce this. We've seen all the choices. By all the signs that we've seen green hold, do any of... If the green cat was telling the truth, do all the signs combined make any of the choices we saw? Because if not, unless it's some very abstract way answer, then we can assume that green's a liar, right? And then we could base off everything it says now at this point. I don't know, does corn have whiskers? Google search corn whiskers. And then... Here, hey Google, does corn have whiskers?
According to Wikipedia, corn silk is a common name for the shiny, thread-like, leaf fibers that grow as part of ears of corn. Maize, the tuft or tassel of silky fibers that protrude from the tip of the ear of corn. To find out more, look for the link in your Google Home or Google Assistant app.
Oh, yeah, it said Huskers. For a second I was like... Well, no. So I said I don't know if that was able to be picked up on stream, but it was talking about the fibery stuff. It didn't say whiskers like I said whiskers, but I'll leave you with a warning. The green cat lowered its voice. There's a liar in here. A liar, yes. The blue cat is a liar. So, if we say the green cat's a liar, do we just say blue's telling the truth? What has the blue cat said so far that we've written down at this point? And then do its pieces combine black and white. No fur. Penguin, Othello pieces. Logically, not necessarily. Yeah. Othello pieces don't have hair. That's correct. I mean... Hey, again! The blue cat greeted him unenthusiastically. We're 100% invested in Othello pieces now. I like how quick we were all just like... I can't. Oh my god. Go. I gotta say, 428 may not end up being my most favorite game I played this year. It's definitely probably my favorite streaming experience it's been this year, for sure. What now? I have to ask, are you the liar? No, I'm not. The red one is the liar. I mean, if we're assuming... Really, you can rest easy on that. Now, I really do need to be going. I mean, fucking 428 does it again. It's gonna become another, same fucking thing as last night, where we think this game is giving it all. I feel like I keep thinking, underestimating this game and being like, it's given me all it's got. Well, this will be the last night, and then it does something like this, and there's still more. There's still side stories and things happening, and a sweet smelling aroma wafted in from the passageway to the left. We should not go to the left, right? We don't want to run into the chicken. No chicken. Walking down a stretch of dreary passages, you arrived at another small room. Silence. You're a fucking liar, Red Cat. Othello pieces don't have 4 legs, as far as I know. Since we know that red is a liar and blue agrees with us, that means blue's a truther. I love how we're all, at least I am still heavily debating in my own head if you can count corn having whiskers. I don't. I feel solid about my answer. I feel. Lines are yellow. Right? Would you say lines are yellow? Brown. Like, none of this matters to me anymore. I'm 100% committed on Othello pieces and Blue Cat. Okay, how shook are we gonna be though if we click Othello pieces, Blue Cat's telling the truth, and we're wrong? Then what do we do? Then suddenly, his field of vision opened up. Whoa! The heck? Where am I? He was in a wide open field full of yellow flowers blooming. Across the way was an old manor. Did someone actually live in a place like this? No, that was preposterous. This place was buried deep in the depths of the earth. Was he hallucinating? No. The sight before him was unmistakably real. It was far too tangible to be some dream or illusion. Should I keep going? Silly question. Going on is my only option. When Arcot felt down, drawn to the manor, started walking toward it. Don't do a jump scare. He reached the creaky front doors, opened them slowly, and made his way inside. Hello? Called out, guess nobody's home. What's that? Ah, hold on. Wait, what's going on? Huh? Who are you? I'm Minoru Minorukawa. Hey, stop it. Stay back. Don't come any closer. A mansion. We're committed. I'm gonna feel so much pain if we get to the end of this. We put Othello pieces, we put Blue Cat, and it's wrong. fuck even was that? I gotta check a thing. I gotta check. I hate that I have to open it up. I have a. This isn't what I want. No, this isn't what I want. This. Okay, these are all in Eastern times, I assume? Eastern. Alright, I have to be functional by 11 in the morning tomorrow. That's not too bad. We're going. We're doing it. We're solving. The puzzle. The puzzle is going to be figured out. To the left. Can't move under my own power. I wrote can't moat by mistake. He tried to rub out the misspelled word with his fingers, but only managed to smudge the ink around. You got that? Yeah, you got that. Later then. Hey, hold up. How cut out. What is it? Well, kinda messed up the note I just took. Then hurry up and fix it. I missed this the first time. No, not the liar. Red one's liar. Really? Really? You can rest easy on that now. The other thing I'm thinking is, if we do this, you know, we actually solve this, do I just go all out? And do we just go spend a few more hours just seeing what the rest this game has? Passage to the left. Don't go to the left then. Go to the right. I'm round. I'm round. That's a good point. That's a good point. Are Othello pieces round? Wait, you're saying Othello pieces are round? Oh, but the blue's telling the truth, right? We've determined blue truth. I'm so out of it. I've been thinking about cats and colors and Othello pieces and penguins and lions. I'm struggling to keep what we've even just determined a while back straight. That'd be alright if you had to dip. I understand. I might just go. I said we'd see the ending of this game. I might as well just go all out. Just go into the morning. Like I said, I have to be up and functional at 11. That's it. I'm gonna overcome the game. Everything there is this game has to offer. And then yeah, you can just catch the ball, obviously. No, what's gonna happen is we're gonna get to the final thing, and we're all determined. It's like, all right, Othello piece is blue cat, and then I'm gonna accidentally click like green cat. To just a breeze was blowing from the passageway to the right. This scares me immensely. Ah, you're back again. Whew. I mean, at the very least, this labyrinth is giving me a rest from straight reading, which I know I'll have to go back to, and assuming at some point soon here. Yeah, another hole in the floor. Sick of having to deal with ladders, Minorca would just jump straight in. Minorca has the grace of a gymnast. Okay, don't go straight. Don't go straight. Whatever you do, Austin, do not click straight. Oh, yeah. I've learned that many a times, as you know. No matter how many times I thought I could just jump. Carnivorous. Are Othello pieces carnivorous? Who's to say? There are some points, I touched upon it, you know, a little while ago, where I felt so bad after some deaths in that game. Oh. Alright. Is this it? This is it. This is it. M-O-T. Just me. The ticking clock. Brown cat. Given the hints, what is the answer to the question, who am I? I gotta make sure I don't fuck this up. Down, down, down. Okay, and then it's blue. Blue, blue. I wanna make sure I haven't lost my mind. Blue, blue, blue. Okay. 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 That's correct, the brown cat said cheerfully. Now then, please make your way inside. Minorca headed down the corridor. Found himself facing a grimy door. There was no other way to continue. Here goes, he thought. He drew his leg back, gave the door a hearty kick. The mob of... Does that really change? So all that happens, I mean, we got the bad ending there, which completed the list of bad endings. But in theory, if you were just playing this game naturally, if you had chosen Labyrinth instead of the Inferno, and you go through the Labyrinth, and then, assuming you were some poor sap who then was like, shit, I really do have to complete the Labyrinth to complete the game, then goes through the Labyrinth multiple times to then solve this Othello piece puzzle with this different colored cats, when you could have just... It is about the journey, you're right. And we did solve the puzzle. You're also right. I gotta say, that was fun. It was painful, but it was fun. It's all the bad endings. Look at all these blue bomb screens. They're all here. Yeah. Have a nice rest of your night. I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read the game. I need to feel something. So I'm curious what's over here in the bonus content. Oh! Pop quiz? Movies, I think. Suzune preview. So these are all the preview movies, that makes sense. Well, why the fuck not? Why would we not just do the pop quiz? We're in the...
第1問
Oh no, what the fuck? The virus is approximately this many nanometers in diameter, 3 digits. What was it, 100? 100? Nanometers? 100 nanometers, right? Oh my god! Answering pop quiz questions correctly will let you read special episodes. Enjoy the tale of Asao Ozu and Yutaru Sagawa. Ozu snarled at the young man who sat before him in the dingy little office belonging to Takarada Financing. Do you understand what it means to break a promise between men? The man glared back at him. What do you want me to say? He muttered. Ozu had seen that same look plenty of times before, and he despised it. It was the look of a man who hadn't realized he'd already lost. Ozu hated people like that more than anything. 5 million. And the interest on it hasn't been paid off. When was the payment for that interest due again? Yesterday. Well, if you knew that, then how come you haven't paid it? Ozu's voice rose to a bellow that practically shook the windows. couldn't tolerate anyone breaking promises. No exceptions. I understand. Despite Ozu's fury, the man seemed unconcerned. I'll work it off. I'm in shape. His upper arms sported bulging biceps. They were the arms of a fighter. Or, if that's no good, I can always sell my organs, the man added nonchalantly. Struck Ozu as a ridiculous offer, the suggestion of a clueless youth. Listen, pal, you can't just up and offer to sell your organs. Your parents would want you taking better care of yourself. I have taken care of myself, and so my organs. Stop jerking me around. Ozu lurched to his feet, kicked the table hard. I'm not jerking anyone around, I'm being serious. The man looked squarely back at Ozu. What did you spend the $5 million on? The older man grumbled. If I tell you that, will you wipe the debt clean? Of course not. Again, Ozu kicked the table. The young man shrugged. I needed some funds to set up a bank transfer scam. Oh? Ozu straightened up reflexively, picking up the scent of money. But a scam like that requires a fake account in someone else's name. Yes, it does. I tried to go through some black market channels to get one, but, well, I just wound up losing my money over and over. The man continued describing how he'd blown through over 1.5 million yen before landing the fake account. I figured that once I had the account, though, I'd be able to make something work. Thinking that his fraud scheme needed a bigger team, the man had tried to recruit some scam artists online. He'd ponied up $3 million to use for advance funds for the effort, but once he'd given it over to the team he'd assembled, they'd all skip town the next day. Now desperate, he'd taken the remaining $500,000 to legally purchase a list of easy marks. Said list contained the phone numbers of several dozen elderly people who had fallen for such bank transfer schemes before. The man had tried making his way down the list, calling one number after the other. None of the numbers on the list, however, actually wound up connecting to anyone. Rather than craft his own fraud scheme, the man had fallen victim to one himself. You were looking for some suckers, but got suckered yourself, Ozu snorted. Yeah, the man grumbled sullenly. Look, could you please just let me make a quick phone call? Phone call, huh? There's another mark I've been working on since this morning who just needs a little more coaxing. If I pull it off, I might be able to pay what I owe. There's no way this guy was pulling off a scam. From all he'd heard so far, Ozu was sure of it. That made him all the more amused at the thought of letting this guy have a call. This, I gotta hear. Go ahead, make your call. Ozu turned the phone speaker on, then handed the receiver to the other man. With a notebook in his other hand, the man dialed. Phone rang several times, and then someone picked up. Hello, Grandma? It's me. Did you get the money? Oh, Masa, is that you? How's school going? I'm already working now, Grandma. Didn't I tell you? Oh, yes, that's right. How lovely. How's your homework looking for today? Oh, you make sure you come straight home and don't buy too much candy while you're out. The old woman on the other end of the line sounded completely senile. She was under the mistaken impression that this man was her grandson. So anyway, Grandma, you remember what we talked about last time? Did you get the money? Money? Was there something that you wanted? No, it's not like that. Do you remember our phone call from earlier? Phone call? What do you mean? These two weren't even on the same page. Ozu frowned skeptically as he listened to the back and forth. Remember, I said I'd been in a car accident? Hurt someone real bad and I need to pay a settlement. Masa, you don't need to lie, you know. Lie? The man looked panicked. I'm not lying. It's alright, grandmothers can tell this sort of thing. But I'm not lying. I bet you really want to buy some new video game. It's okay, Masa. I've got enough saved up to buy it for you. Don't you worry. I've been all alone ever since your grandpa died, and so I'm happy when you call me buying you a video game. It's the least I can do. The joy in the old woman's voice left the con artist at a loss for words. Your father and your uncles never came around to see me anymore. I'm so very happy you called, thanks to you. It's a terrible old person's voice. I feel I might live another 10 years. Forget 10 years. I want you to see 100 more years, Grandma. The young man managed to rasp. His eyes had grown blurry with tears. Masa. Yeah? Will you call me again? Yeah, I will. That's a promise now. I will, I swear I will. Alright. I'll talk to you later then. The man hung up the phone. I'll make this into a movie, sure, Ozu said with a faint chuckle. You really have no sense for duplicity whatsoever. The man hung his head. There's something even more unforgivable to me than that. Ozu took a step forward, looming aggressively above the other man. The fellow began to tremble. Real men don't break promises. Ozu snatched the debtor by the collar, dragged him to his feet. I'm gonna have you work off what you owe me real slow. The man blinked in confusion. You're gonna work under me for the rest of your life. And you're gonna keep up your act with that old lady until she dies. Huh? I'm not letting you break your promise to call her. Suddenly, a tiny hint of kindness showed through Ozu's gruff expression. Several years have passed since then. The younger man still makes the rounds with Ozu, still deep in debt. His name is Yutaro Sagawa. Oh, so it's like an origin story. Okay, that's cool. His schedule for today involves collecting money at the apartment of some broke actor, putting pressure on the president of a publishing company with cash flow problems, and then shaking down some shady guy who's trying to sell some weird diet drink. Bean. How did you know that tale of the loan shark's first meeting? We hope you found it entertaining. Now, here's some tempting info for you. In Asawa story, in the 12 o'clock time block, rubber gloves appear at some point. During that scene, the background zooms away, right? Try waiting for that movement to finish and see what happens. Have fun with that. See you next time. What? Are you catching this? Are you... We get through a labyrinth. Do the puzzle. Alright, now you got this pop quiz thing. You do the pop quiz. You answer the pop quiz based on a question based on this visual novel. You answer that correctly. You get a little story. You read the story. You collect Finn. You get a hint. Now it's telling me to go back to Asawa's story. 12 o'clock time block. Rubber gloves appear at some point. During that scene, the background zooms away, right? Try waiting for that movement to finish and see what happens. Asawa, 12 o'clock, gloves. Asawa, 12 o'clock.
第2問です。どうぞ。
No, we're not, no, I'm going... Special episode 12? Special episode 1 to 12? Oh, we... White bookmark. I still don't even know what that is. "12 o'clock, Asawa, gloves." Do I remember gloves? Is it when he was fixing the toilet? Gloves. Clogged toilet. Source of the clog. I just go back to the clog. Unless it was... No, I didn't mean to do that. Go back, go back, go back, go back. I just don't remember at what part gloves became a thing. It's not a glove. I mean, I could... Let me see here. Apparently it's... I think it's prior to this is the thing. Or maybe it's not. Maybe it's having to recall. It might be here. You're still here? Yes, sir. I was told to keep my eyes on you after all. Believe me, it shows. So if you're going to try, I'd appreciate it. Snuck into the house, but more importantly, those aren't gloves either. Did it mean exactly at 12 o'clock? I've become a madman. This is the whole sad story. I just need to start at 12. I'll just scroll down until I see... Okay. I'm too impatient. I'm too impatient. This, the one thing I was seeing. So, black gloves. I don't remember the story this well. Where I'm like, it's not even black gloves. Is the problem, right? Gloves. Scramble. Go. $12.30. What? But what? 12:30 is her. the detective to do the toilet. This better be just the most amazing reveal ever. What now? Is this? Is it? It's not zooming out though. Just want to inform you the toilet has been fixed. Right, fine. Saw hair okay. Oh, this. Okay. Oh, it's moving. The screen's moving, right? Yeah. So you're telling me by the time this moves and finished moving, something groundbreaking is going to appear in this game. It is not going to be... It's not going to feel like... And the music just changed all of a sudden. You're going to tell me that the most amazing of reveals, I'm not going to feel like I wasted any time. It's going to be so good. Gonna get a little music. I'm just... I assume it's probably timed to the music. So the music's gonna go all the way through. Or it's some crescendo. Oh. This is... Am I the fool? What is this? Oh no, it's so slow, man. The fuck? That's Mr. Clean or whatever his name is. Is that a button prompt? I mean, I'll do it. I'm just afraid to. Right, right, right. Circle, circle, right. Kajiwara looked across the interrogation room table at the robbery suspect who sat opposite. Please, the detective said, all I ask is that you tell me what you know. What's in it for me if I do? The suspect leaned back in his seat and crossed his arms, a smug look on his face. A casual observer glancing in at the door would have had trouble deciding who was interrogating whom. A less experienced detective would probably have blown a fuse. What's in it for you, Kajiwara remained as detached as ever. Over years of interrogation practice, he developed a laid-back, low-pressure style. Well, if you don't give me anything, I'm just going to have to keep talking. By now, their back and forth had been going on for quite some time. Kajiwara stole a glance at his wristwatch. It was after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I know you don't have lunch, so I bet you're hungry. I know you didn't have lunch. Here, eat up. The detective produced a deep-fried curry bun from his pocket. The man eyed it dubiously. Would you prefer a banana? Asked Kajiwara. The man cracked a faint smile as he accepted the curry bun. You sure it's okay doing this? Why wouldn't it be? Isn't this an under-the-table bribe to get me to incriminate myself? What if I testify in court that I was coerced into giving a confession? Then I'll bill you for the curry bun. With tax, it comes to 280 yen. The suspect was taken aback. 280 yen? That's that kind of expensive? Isn't that kind of expensive? They're handmade from my favorite bakery. Waited in line myself to buy them this morning. Kajiwara took another curry bun from his pocket for himself. The two ate in silence, a temporary cessation of hostilities. Need something to drink? The detective produced a carton of milk from his pocket. I hate milk. Gives me indigestion. I see. Kajiwara reached back into his pocket, this time pulling out a cup. Whoa, hey, hold up. The man's expression turned quizzical. What is this? It's a vessel used for drinking beverages. No, I know what a cup is. Kajiwara pulled a teapot out of his pocket. It is filled with scalding hot black tea. It shouldn't upset your stomach. Go on, have a cup. Seriously, hold on. Oh, are you not familiar with black tea either? No, that's not it. The man slammed his hands on the table and glared back at Kajiwara. What the hell is with your pockets? How much stuff do you have packed in there? How much? Shall we see? Kajiwara reached a hand into a pocket. He proceeded to pull out a comb, a handheld video game, some rice crackers, a screwdriver, a folding umbrella, a stuffed Tama plush. Wait. The man waved his arms in agitation. How the heck do you have so much in there? It's quite convenient, really. It's not the point, the man shouted. Interrogation room door opened and another policeman stuck his head in. Detective Kajiwara, may I have a moment? From the look on the other officer's face, Kajiwara surmised at once what was going on. There was a new case. He stepped out of the briefing room, and his colleague explained the situation. We received a tip-off that a wanted individual has checked into Shibuya Central Hospital under assumed name. Leaving the robbery suspect to another detective, Kajiwara prepared to head to the scene. When he got to the motor pool, however, he found that all the squad cars had been taken out. Without much other choice, he hopped into a bicycle. He took a rotating police light from his pocket and set it in the bike's basket. Then he pedaled away at top speed. Upon arriving at the hospital, Kajiwara hurried into the lobby. He scanned the area, looking for the suspect. The individual in question was 180 centimeters tall, weighed 90 kilos, and had a big scar near one eye. Kajiwara recalled hearing that he was a former rugby player. His colleague, Detective Kano, had been a rugby player too. From what Kajiwara had seen, most rugby players were quite physically capable. This arrest would require some finesse. Aha! The detective nearly voiced his surprise aloud. A large-statured man was sitting on one of the sofas in the lobby. Surely Kajiwara wouldn't have gotten so lucky right off the bat. He quietly approached and peered at the man's face. The fellow had a big scar near his eye. There was no doubt about it. This was the wanted man. Excuse me, Kajiwara said calmly. The suspect started, then lunged forward and gave him a powerful shove. The man was even stronger than Kajiwara had imagined. The detective went sprawling into the lobby floor. The man took off running. He was remarkably quick for someone who was supposed to be sick. Once he made it outside, he snatched Kajiwara's bicycle and zoomed away. Damn it! The detective pulled a skateboard from his pocket and went after him. The culprit took a look back over his shoulder. His jaw dropped in astonishment. He sped into a nearby parking garage. Evidently, he had some sort of remote control, because a shutter dropped down to close the entrance behind him. What the heck? Taking a chainsaw from his pocket, Kajiwara cut through the steel shutter like it was paper. When he stepped inside, he saw that the suspect was taking the elevator to the rooftop. By the time Kajiwara reached the rooftop himself, the man had hopped over the guard fence and leapt to the building next door. Crook grinned at him, his face flushed with triumph. There was a good 6-meter gap between the buildings. Kajiwara would never be able to make that jump. Aha! I've got just the thing from his pocket. It's a fucking go-go gadget. The detective pulled a long rope with a grappling hook on one end. Hurling the hook with all his strength, he hooked it onto the fence of the adjoining building. Yeah! Unleashing a battle cry, the detective jumped and swung to the next building. The suspect was dumbstruck as Kajiwara stood before him. I think that's enough of this little game of tag, Kajiwara said. But there was still a glint of defiance in the criminal's eyes. He crouched low, shoulders hunched and arms at the ready. It looked like he was going to launch into a rugby tackle. Kajiwara couldn't stand up to a head-on charge from someone that big. He might go well careening over the edge of the roof to splatter on the concrete far below. Should he dodge aside then? No, if this guy was a rugby player, that'd be no easy feat. The culprit stared him down and began to rush forward. Dodging wasn't an option. Neither was bearing the brunt of the impact, which left only one thing. Aha! Kajiwara pulled a hose from his pocket. It's the kind used by fire engines, 50 millimeters in diameter. Take this! Just before the criminal could land the tackle, the limp hose suddenly plumped up. Where's the water coming from? Who fucking knows? A massive torrent of water gushed forth. The burly man was blasted backwards as if he were an empty paper bag. There's more where that came from. Kajiwara continued to unload water on the man, battering him into unconsciousness. Then he looked down at the culprit, lying there on the rooftop, and quietly shook his head. If he hadn't tried to resist, none of this would have been necessary. Kajiwara himself was drenched head to toe with water. He reached into his pocket for his handkerchief. His hand stopped. Kajiwara sighed and shook his head. Of all the days to forget his handkerchief. Finn. No hints. Oh, it just keeps going. Should I just let it? I'm gonna go get a drink of water. I guess I'm still going. I'll get a drink of water. I'll just let it scroll just in case there's any possible other thing over here on the side. And then we'll continue. I'm just fucking chilling and reading, I guess, for the night. Be right back. Oh, I've been on mute. My bad. I'm over here just fucking around talking. Okay. My bad. So there's those special. Might as well we just keep doing the quiz. Oh fuck.
第2問です。どうぞ。
Next question. Detective Sasayama's pet name for his wife. Fuck. This one's actually tough. The first question wasn't that tough. Damn. This is very hyper specific, and I know they're asking questions about the story. Because then you could, if you didn't just end up looking at the answers, you could go back into the story and try to find it. But then I'd have to find in a Kano timeline where the fuck at some point I could be scrolling. I could be scrolling for days. I just looked it up. And now I slightly remember this, but again, I would not have been able to... Mi-chan. Thank you. It was really difficult looking up the answer. Ah, it's the curry lady. These are the stories I want. One chilled curry soba and make it tasty. What are you talking about? Maki Yoneda snapped from the kitchen. Everything this old gal makes is tasty. She grabbed a bundle of soba noodles and tossed them roughly into the roiling pot. Let me see something real quick. Okay. Humming a tune to herself as she tended to the soba, she heard another faint humming join in, seemingly from out of nowhere. Alright, let's do this. The tiny voice had come from down by Maki's feet. Another day for making delicious noodles. A different voice this time from the shadows of the dingy kitchen shelf. Yeah! A series of diminutive figures, each about the size of a pinky finger, leapt out from amidst the haphazard assortment of spice jars. They lined up on the floor, these tiny little fairies, 7 in total, all carefully keeping out of Maki's line of sight. They were food sprites that had come from Italy, and they protected the flavor of Dogen Hut's soba noodles. Their leader, Mario, specialized in meat dishes. Salvatore could track down fresh ingredients in the blink of an eye. Cheerful Antonio was a wizard when it came to sauce. There was Marcello, a wine connoisseur and the most sarcastic fellow in the world. Franco, the neat freak, loved a clean and tidy kitchen. None could outmatch the pasta-making skills of Fabrizio, who had a divine touch. Roberto, the quiet one, could tell you all about pizza dough. Maki set the finished bowl of chilled curry soba on the kitchen table. Now, while the woman's back was turned, the sprites added more salt and dashi stock to the noodles. In the blink of an eye, soba seasonings were refined to perfection. Magnifico! With their work complete, the fairies hid themselves once again. Which is why I had these 7 food sprites taken up residence at Dogen Hut. The story begins 2 years prior. Mario and the others had been dwelling in a 3-star restaurant in Rome, and they'd heard rumors that there were 5-star restaurants popping up all over Japan. Naturally, as food sprites, they couldn't just stand idly by. Hey everyone, let's go to Japan! And so, heeding Mario's rallying cry, the gang snuck aboard a plane bound for Tokyo. But after finally arriving at their destination, they were unable to find any 5-star restaurants anywhere. By the time they realized that the rumors they'd heard had in fact been mere rumors, they were starving, nearly on the verge of death. They wandered around aimlessly until they arrived in Shibuya. Then, as they tottered their way up Dogenzaka, the aroma of curry tickled their noses. The scent came from a soba restaurant called Dogen Hut, partway up the hill. The sprites peeked inside, saw Maki and her husband busily at work. Sneaking into the kitchen, they found that the scent of curry was wafting from a porcelain bowl on the counter. This was Dogen Hut's house specialty, chilled curry soba. Despite their misgivings, the sprites stole themselves a taste. What is this? The food sprites looked at one another in surprise. The dashi, soy sauce, and curry all come together in perfect harmony. The smooth and chewy noodles offer a different appeal than pasta. The group shouted in excitement, caught up in the moment. So taken were they by the chilled curry soba that they decided to settle down in Dogen Hut's kitchen from that day onward. But then, the owner of Dogen Hut fell ill and passed away. After Maki took over her late husband's restaurant, it quickly became apparent she had no talent for cooking whatsoever. Shockingly, she couldn't even tell the difference between salt and sugar, rice wine, and vinegar. It's terrible. She had no idea how to make the soup for the chilled curry soba, sometimes tossing things like curry-flavored rice crackers and meat and potatoes into the pot. If Maki were left to her own devices, the restaurant was sure to go under. We're the only ones who can save this place, Mario declared. None of the others had any objections. The flavor of the chilled curry soba was worth any effort. And today, yet again, the specialty soba was delighting customers' palates. Yeah, it's pretty egregious. I was like, damn, how... Yeah, it can't even separate fucking salt and sugar. That's how you know you're bad. Just bad. Especially so was delighting customers' palates thanks to the helping hands of the sprites. Okay, Maki called out. 1 chilled curry soba. Sorry for the wait. As delicious as ever, ma'am. You really can't get this flavor anywhere else. Down by Maki's feet, the sprites frowned. We're the ones who made it, though. Maintaining the flavor of the restaurant's dishes was certainly worth doing. Recently, however, it had begun to feel a little empty. Nobody knew that it was the food sprites who'd made the soba special. Maki was the one who always praised for how tasty it was. There's no finer joy in cooking than seeing the smiles on diners' faces, but despite all the sprites' hard work, no one ever had a smile for them. They needed to remain hidden, but the lack of recognition still left them feeling rather lonely. Oh, that's right, Maki announced brightly. There's been some talk about releasing a Dogen Hut recipe book. With a start, the sprites looked up at her as one. The old woman was clearly overjoyed. Uh-oh. What do we do? Cold sweat broke out across the sprites' foreheads. This was Maki here. She'd probably write about how she made the stock using curry crackers and stuff. But as busy as you are running the restaurant, do you even have the time to write a book? The customer asked between happy slurps of the soba. Oh, don't you worry about that, Maki declared with a broad grin. I'll get it written in my sleep. The customer blinked in disbelief. You can't write a book while you're sleeping, he said. Yes, I can. There's other little sprites who will write it for me while I'm in bed. Oh, come on. Now you're just talking fairy tales. Customer chortled loudly. Shocked, the sprite stared up at Maki. Wait, one of them whispered. Does she? Added another. Suddenly Maki cast her gaze downward. You'll handle the book for me, won't you? She whispered. You've known all along. The sprite's jaws hung agape. Of course I have, Maki murmured with a grin and a chuckle. I don't know how to make chilled curry soba that tastes that good. So, thank you. Because of you, my husband's restaurant has been able to go on. And when they saw the big smile on Maki's face, the sprites knew that all of their effort had been worth it. Well, guess we gotta help you out then, Maru said. It'll take a bit of overtime, but we'll write your book for you, ma'am. I'm not sure I like the idea of revealing our recipes to the public, though, Salvatore muttered. And we'll have to put our hearts into the rest of the menu items, too. Not just the chilled curry soba. Fabrizio added. Despite all their grumbling, though, the sprites couldn't keep their happiness from their faces. Bean. Did you enjoy our tale of Dogen Hut's unexpected secret? Shake off your amazement, because it's time for some new info. In Tama's story in the 14 time block, that suit she's lugging around on her back sure looks heavy. Try taking a good look at her hauling that weight. What might happen? Happy hunting, and see you next time. 14 Tama. Hmm.
では第3問
No, not on to question 3. So I assume what always ends up happening is you answer a question, you get a story. At the end of the story, you get the thing, and it goes, oh, here's how... And it looks as though there might be 11 questions. It's gonna go on forever. Okay. But I enjoy this. It's just a lot of content. Let me see if I can find it. Tama, 14 o'clock. Man, we haven't seen Tama in a costume in a long ass time. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it naturally very easily. Oh, directly at 14? Aha! I'm so smart. This fucking guy. fucking easy to please. Game. Oh, it's ripped. Strap it to your back. Simpler times in this game. For sure. Alright, this screen probably it's backing up, so I guess I'm looking at the edges again. Oh. Slowly. Let me see if I can just guess it. Yeah. It's this guy. Masamichi Fukuma. Crunch, crunch. Crunch, 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 crunch. We get little stories about the game's littlest characters. I kind of love it. Masamichi Fukuma sits on a cardboard box, nibbling away at some rice crackers. Crunch, 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 crunch. Fukuma is in charge of making deliveries for a costume rental company. Once he gets an ordered item to its destination, his job is pretty much done. Today, his mouth is on autopilot as he stares at the big screen TV in the office. The afternoon variety show is doing a feature on the big revival concert for legendary hard rock band Japonica. Japonica? Japonica. Fukuma lets out a big yawn. That's definitely a yawn noise. There's nothing interesting in the way of news either. He considers pretending that he has another delivery and taking the company vehicle over by Ayoma Cemetery, where he can sneak a quick nap. Suddenly, the door to the room swings open. Bounding through it comes a pink rabbit. Fukuma quickly stands at attention. He does this because he's afraid that the rabbit is his father. His father owns the rental company and has recently grown so fond of mascot costumes that he's rarely seen outside of his rabbit suit. Most of his employees don't even know what he actually looks like. Ooh, sorry I'm late. A woman's voice emerges from the rabbit's mouth, panting raspily. Now that Fukuma had calmed down enough to process things, he recalls his father's costume is brown. It's a wild rabbit. The pink bunny costume is one the company has on hand for rental. Fukuma let out a sigh of relief. I'm here to return this. The rabbit squirms in an attempt to remove her head, but she can't quite reach the fasteners. Here, let me help you with that. Fukuma gives her a hand and tugs the head off by the ears. The head pops off, revealing the attractive, slightly ruddy face of a young woman. Her hair is done up, and beads of sweat run down her neck. Thank you so much, that's a huge help. The pink rabbit with the girl's face smiles. Fukuma swallows. His heart skips a beat. She's perfect. I'm supposed to have this back by 5 p.m. Is that still okay? Fukuma checks the clock on the wall. It's coming up on 5 o'clock exactly. Yes, it's quite alright if you can just take the costume off now. Oh, good. Relief shows on the woman's face, then just as quickly vanishes. Oh, she says in dismay. Wait, no. What's the matter? The woman looks away. The suit's really hot, so I'm not wearing a whole lot underneath. Getting some erotic fiction fix here. It's truly a late night stream. wearing a lot. A flurry of appealing images rushed through Fukuma's head. I'm sorry to ask, but is there a room someplace I could use to get changed? Of course, yes, a room. I can show you the room. Shyly, Fukuma leads the young woman to a spare room. Once you're done changing, just let me know. He gently shuts the door and then starts to head off. A groan of discomfort stops Fukuma in his tracks. Right now, the only ones in the office are him and this young woman. He presses his ear to the door and hears the sound of a zipper being pulled down. Oh, my arms. You can hear her squirming her way free of the body piece. The arms are always the toughest part when you're new to the things. He imagines her twisting her body this way and that as she strains against the costume. Oh boy. Fukuma's breath quickens. Yup, okay, let's just... Whoa! The sound of a piece of furniture being knocked over comes through the door. Are you alright, miss? Fukuma calls out hurriedly. Sorry, I just tripped. Are you hurt? I'm okay. This thing's just really hard to get off. My sweat has the fabric all stuck to my skin. Stuck to her skin with sweat. Such simple words to fiercely entice a man's fantasies. I don't want to read this anymore. So, what should I do? She asks meekly. What should I do? What does come next? Canned fish with sriracha. Was it good? Canned fish? I don't think I've ever had canned fish. I was talking to someone earlier this week, and they're talking about how good sardines were or something. I was like, I don't know. Am I stuck up? Am I the stuck up one? If something about that doesn't sit well with me for some reason in my head. Maybe if I have had it as like a kid, maybe my opinion wouldn't be so. So is it like actual fish? Like fish? Like fishies? Like you open up the can and it's actual fishy fish? Medium big. Fukuma's fantasies run all the more wild. See, you're losing me. You're losing me at edible bones. I'm sorry, it's really awkward to have to ask this, but would you mind coming in here? There it is. Her idea, not mine. Yes, of course he'll head on in. Carefully, Fukuma opens the door. The woman stands there, the rabbit suit halfway off. Her slender shoulders are exposed beneath her frowning face. He also notices that she is rather well endowed. Oh, God. Given her slender frame. Wide range of emotions tonight. For sure. I'm sorry. I think the zipper along the back is snagged on the fabric. It won't come down. The woman turns to show her back. Her smooth, pale skin glows. God. Only somewhat related. What if I was like to narrate like an erotic fiction, like one of those like mommy novels with the Fabio looking dudes on the front? I'll do like the audiobook version of it. I'm sure it'll fly off the shelf. Her sweat glistens in the light. Would you mind giving me a hand with this? Uh-huh. Fukuma's voice spikes unintentionally. Uh-huh. The woman quickly whirls around. She draws her hands up to her chest. He can't take his eyes off her cleavage. No, let me see this. Let me see this. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I like what I see. And I don't even consider myself like a picky eater. But it's just like certain things where I'm just like, eh. Like, there are a few things in food wise that I'm just not a fan of. There are some things, especially when it comes to. I think the easiest way of putting it is I don't like when it comes to either seafood or meat. If I look at the thing and it is in the form of what it was when it was living, I think I just don't like it as much. So if you hand me like a fish, I'm gonna be like, can I have it prepared some way? Can I have it like as sushi or a salmon fillet or something? I know I definitely know what natto is, right? Like I know. Let me go. Let me check. No, I definitely have not had that. What is that? She draws her hands up to her chest. He can't take his eyes off her cleavage. Read that line again. Hey now, just where are you looking? No, I'm not looking at anything. Fukuma forces himself to cover his eyes with a hand. Peeking between his fingers, he gets a glimpse of her face red with anger. It's okay, he assures her. I know where everything is, even with my eyes closed. Alright, if you'd be so kind then. At last, she seems relieved. She turns to face the window, again presenting her back. Now's my chance. Ew. Fukuma's eyes snap back open, and he drinks in the sight of the young woman's back. You're not looking, are you? No, of course not. I can see your eyes are open in the reflections in the window. Sorry. Stinky fermented beans. Yeah, well, that's... If you're trying to sell me on them, then calling them stinky fermented beans, yeah, it's probably not for me. This time, Fukuma really does close his eyes and begins groping forward in search of the zipper. Hey, watch those hands. Sorry, just trying to feel my way around. My back is just really sensitive. Man is a troubled animal. Simply hearing that her back is sensitive has his blood pressure spiking through the roof again. His hands shake with excitement and somehow his arm gets lodged inside the suit. Ugh! Sorry. Her bare skin is slick with sweat and wonderfully smooth. It's been many years now since Fukuma last had a girlfriend. Feels like his mind might short circuit out of joy and excitement. Jesus. Needs a cold shower. He shouldn't do this. He has to calm down. This is work. He needs to be professional. This time for sure, Fukuma vows to himself. Woman drops down as if weak in the knees. She then proceeds to shuffle away from Fukuma. Oh, this is bad. This time it's real bad. Her posture has made the curves of her backside visible. She crawls on all fours toward the wall in an attempt to get away. That wasn't on purpose, Fukuma pleads. Seeing that she isn't listening, he steps in front of her, spreading his arms wide to bar her way. Oh, that's not scary. That's scary, actually. First time my hand slipped because of the sweat, and I made sure to try to be more careful the next time, and look, it's the zipper's fault. Abruptly, the door swings open. Standing there is a wild rabbit. Dad? To Fukuma, the rabbit's long ears look like devil's horns. The creature marches slowly into the office. It's just a costume, but somehow its fur appears to stand angrily on end. Fukuma needs an excuse. He needs an excuse, and fast. It's not what it looks like. I was just trying to help her get it off, and he doesn't get to finish his sentence. The rabbit swings his fist with all the might of the king of beasts. That was a pleasant story. We're just about to hit 6 hours for the stream tonight. I think, as much as it pains me to say, I think Shibuya Scramble has beaten me again tonight. I think my controller is running out of battery. I think I'm running out of battery. And I think we have another stream of this, because if I'm... No, wrong thing. Because I assume that we've got... Now... It's so bad. And poor... The Last of Us Part 2 didn't ask for this, you know? But 428 is trying to stay in the spotlight for as long as it can. I mean, I'm glad we saw the finale, right? But here's the thing. So we've got what I assume is this goes to 11 and then 12, 13. So there's a jump. So it's going to be 9 more pop quiz answers, then stories for all those, and then the 9 stories from the quiz, then unlock another special episode thing. So it's 9 times 2. So 18 more of these special episodes. And then there's still more. There's whatever we go in here. There's whatever these are. With Suzune and Nega Suzune. What if it's dark, what if this is actual Kanan? That is my guess. I think that would be a sound guess. So, whatever these are, okay. And then I think there's even more after this. I dropped my pen I was messing with. So, tomorrow, I've got a friend who's like celebrating her birthday online, and I'm a part of it at certain points of the day. It's like her birthday slash, just calling it her chemo party, because she had gone through chemotherapy and everything. So I'm gonna be busy earlier in the day and then a little bit later in the day. But maybe in between these two things, I can do the rest of the 428 and then maybe do a Last of Us Part 2 beginning tomorrow night, later in the night. Maybe. Who fucking knows? I can't even say that potentially we'll finish 428 tomorrow night, or tomorrow, because, I mean, it's one of those fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, shame on 428 Shibuya Scramble. We'll never finish. It's the true value game. I bought it on sale for 15 or 20, wherever it was. You get millions of hours of gameplay. It's funny you say that, because I was actually thinking about how the whole thing was like he totally fucked that up. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, also shame on me. Is really what it should be for me. Fool me any amount of times. Shame on myself. But I'm glad we saw, like, at least the ending. The initial first ending, whatever. I assume there's still plenty more. I'll probably be live at least once tomorrow. I'll sleep on it and I'll see how I feel. Maybe I just, since we saw the true ending, maybe I just put it to the side for a couple days. I don't know. I'll think about it. I'll sleep on it, like I said. Crazy stream. Crazy 6-hour stream of this tonight. I really appreciate that you stopped by. It was definitely aided in the fun. And, yeah, no worries. Obviously, no obligations to if I ever streaming. It's always nice to have you, but I understand life is a thing. And we have a nice rest of your Friday night with your gross fish food in Sriracha, and definitely have some of it for me if you haven't finished it, and I'll just trust you that it tastes great. Alright, I'll see you later. I'll see you at another point.